stuff together while I was in the shower. You're a good girl for getting it all done while I couldn't be here. I know the people. Messages that are saying set up all the transitions, all the scenes, set up today's video. Telling me she's a girl with this. There you go. That's something for the early birds. That's a little treat for them. Good morning, it's time to wake up. Good morning, good lateness to you. I set an alarm and fell asleep and didn't go when I woke up. Then I woke and saw it's 8 and got the fuck up. Good morning, time for a wheat. Good morning, good breakfast to you. Alright, let's check out the stream, make sure. Alright, the phone is powered. People are here on the stream. Fantastic, alright. Helia's here, she's on time, she didn't miss anything. For Star Diva, yeah, that's... Sorry, I couldn't make it. Didn't have my caviar yet for breakfast. You gotta start the day with eggs. Actually, truthfully, what happened, so last night I was watching a video from Jess Coast about creator burnout, and here I am in the midst of a everyday, all-day marathon. I thought, creator burnout, well, it doesn't have anything to do with me, but I'll watch it. It was a pretty interesting video. Just kind of talking, had a little bit about Jumpsuit Pablo, and I guess he posted something recently about how, I'm sorry, I'm just getting my socks and morning stuff on. But, yeah, Jumpsuit Pablo, I guess, posted something recently just about feeling burnout and, you know, wanting to be 100% there for his videos, but also feeling kind of a grossness from covering gross true crime content constantly and just needing a break. And, yeah, so I thought it was a really interesting video by her. It's a bit of a good warning sign for me to, you know, take a good break after this Betty marathon. And at the same time, it reinforces some of my decisions, which is I'm just covering stuff I'm into. Just because I had a big hit on the Sarah Judgment, I don't need to do 15 videos on the Sarah Judgment. I'll do another one when I have something to say about it. But I think some creators get caught in this cycle of trying to replicate their last hit constantly, and it's a spiral that cuts both ways. If the content isn't as good as what you're trying to recreate, you're going to feel, you know, a little despondent. I worked so hard, and half the people cared about the first one that I didn't even spend as much time on, and, you know, you doubt yourself, and I can see that being, you know, kind of negative to your energy. So there's that, and then the other side of it is continuing to cover stuff instead of, you know, expanding and, you know, covering stuff you're into, because now you have fans who liked you for your last stuff, and yeah, YouTube can make it kind of tough to get outside of your niche if you focus on it too much to begin with. So quite an interesting video from Jess Coast, but I watched it and then saw I was at 30% battery and was like, yeah, 30%, I've got to wake up in 6 hours. I'm sure 30% is fine. And then I woke up and it was just a black screen. And running upstairs and saw it was 8:01. I was like, shit. Well, that's just enough time to say I'm late. So I got on, said I'm late, had a quick shower, feeling scrubbed up, feeling good. And yeah, we're ready to go. So that little soliloquy out of the way, we'll turn to, I think, unlike me, who didn't have any power this morning. Oh, I should have showed this when I was talking about Lola making fun of the girl's hair. I forgot to transition. This is our first witness today. She, well, she was at least by a powered light socket when she woke up for this morning, but we'll say no more about her appearance until we hear what she has to say. She's not Catherine DeFrancesca, though, so I'm going to have to change that Chiron before launch this screen. Let's just hide it. Put her full screen. and get rid of this clock because it's definitely time to start the show. Goodbye, clock. Hello, stream. Good morning, everyone who has joined, all the fine and dandies who've been here from the start, all the fine and dandies who just might be joining us as we go here. 138, 22, 105. How far can we go?
Betty Broderick.
Yes, I do.
And
Okay, here we go.
Lucy PARADON,
Lucy PARADON. Lucy PARADON.
PREDUN.
morning, ma'am. Ma'am, do you know the lady at in the council table, Betty Broderick?
Yes, I do.
And how did you happen to meet Mrs. Broderick?
I had placed a number of ads in local San Diego newspapers. This was in July of 1988, and she responded to the ad.
Okay. And
Should I describe the ad for you?
no, that's okay.
Okay.
And did you make some arrangements, living arrangements, after talking to her?
Yes, I was looking for an exchange, a situation. I needed a place for myself and my daughter. I was willing to exchange light housekeeping for a place for us. But there were no requirements. Betty did not have any requirements for me to do. It was more of a, she just allowed us to come and live there with her.
Did you know the reason why she allowed that?
Well, we're going to ask that, yes or no?
Yes,
And what was that?
she loved children. She told me she loved children. She recognized that I had a need. And more than anything, I believe she wanted companionship. She didn't want to be alone in her home.
And do you remember when you met her?
Yes,
And when was that?
it was the first week of August in 1988.
Okay. And what was your relationship with Mrs. Broderick after you met her?
It remained a friendship, a companionship.
Did anyone else live there with you?
My daughter, occasionally the boys would come. Occasionally her daughters, well, Kim had gone off in September to university, and Lee, after a point, came to live there in the home also.
Did now, did she do anything to help with the care of your daughter?
Sustained.
The did she have any regular habits in the morning that you would see?
Well, I could tell that Betty had always been up before I was up. I like to stay up late. I do my work and reading then, and I would recognize that when I woke up in the morning that the kitchen, for example, was not in the same state as it was when I left it. My bedroom was beside the garage, so I would often hear the truck leave in the morning while I was still in bed. And Betty drove my daughter to school.
Sustained.
Can I continue?
No, we'll let
No.
another question.
Did you observe any legal papers in her house?
Oh, yes, there were volumes of papers.
Okay, and could you give us a general idea of what it was like?
Betty's dining room table, for example, it was a very long table that would probably seat me, I would say a dozen people. It looked like one of these tables here without the tall binders. There were piles of papers there. Her kitchen counter was as large as one of these tables here, also had piles of papers, envelopes. She had a room that was off the kitchen. It was sort of a little den, music room, and this had boxes, at least a dozen boxes on the floor, full of papers that had been filed, like files, everything alphabetical.
Would you be around when she was preparing for court hearings?
Yes.
Okay. And how would she respond generally about going to court?
Generally, it was not happy response. It was
She wasn't happy
the
about going to
times were
court?
not they were not happy emotionally. In that sense, there was a lot of anxiety. She was very depressed. She told me she did not know like what to expect. You know, what would he pull this time, sort of a thing. So this was early on. I would say August, September. By the time I left in December, and I know she was coming up for. She was going to trial again.
Oh.
Her mood was a bit more.
Kelly is getting Wendy vibes from The Shining. That's the actress that played her. She was also the Shelley Duvall. She was also Olive Oil in the Popeye movie with Robin Williams. Underrated movie. That movie I find is a lot of fun. It's a little messed up, but I liked it as a kid and still kind of enjoy it as an adult. A lot of jokes that went over my head. She does have a little bit of a Shelley Duvall thing going, though.
Did her mood change at all by the time December rolled around of '88?
It seemed a bit more positive, maybe more hopeful.
Did you have the opportunity to observe Mrs. Broderick make preparations for visits with her children, boys?
Oh, certainly.
Okay, and what type of things would she do?
She would stock up the pantry, the fridge. She would buy like hundreds of dollars worth of groceries. She would plan events for them. She would take care of any type of needs that would come up. She would organize, for example, visits to SeaWorld, check movies, events like this. She would attend to all of their needs and try to make it an interesting weekend or visit.
Now, how would you describe her general mood? This is from most of the time you were there.
Her general mood. Well, it was not constant. It fluctuated.
Super Kelly G has seen the Popeye movie and quotes a little from, and he's large, and he has money.
From periods of anxiety when it was court related, when something was happening in that sense, but her mood would swing up when the boys, in anticipation of the boys coming or when they were there.
Now, you indicated that sometimes she was depressed. Was there anything that you would observe about what she would do? Did she want to be around people, not be around people when she was in that mood?
Well, Betty spent a lot of time in her room. I know that she read a lot of books and magazines, and she would spend a lot of time alone. Could you ask that again? Could you ask me that again, please?
Well, let me go to another question. Would her mood generally be different when she knew that the boys were going to be there?
Oh, certainly.
I'll sustain, but the answer can stand.
Was it tend to be better or worse than her general mood?
Sustained.
If you've ever seen The Shining, there's a terrible backstory to it.
Would she always know when the boy?
Apparently Stanley Kubrick and by extension Jack Nicholson were quite awful to Shelley Duvall as a bit of it's almost like how actors will like immerse themselves into the role and like call me by my character's name. Only they did that to Shelley really without telling her. They were just kind of mean to her on set, knowing that it would bring this sort of harrowed performance out of her on screen. And it's a great performance, but there's a lot of news stories about how it was not a fun movie set for her. And meanwhile, Jack, who, another great performance, but Stanley was the exact opposite with him, chumming it up so that he would feel more natural, like he was being invited in by the house. And so say what you want about the methodology from a human resources perspective. It's a great movie, but I do feel bad for Shelley Duvall whenever I'm watching it, knowing that some of that is just her actual anxiety from being on the set.
Because we're going to visit.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Okay. You were living in the house, weren't you?
Yes.
Okay. And so, would you be present when plans were made for
Method
when the boys
acting,
would
that's
be
it,
there?
yeah.
Yes.
And when those, did she always know when the boys were going to visit?
No,
Were there times when she would find out would there be times when you would be aware that the boys were coming for a visit?
yes, I would be aware of that.
Okay. Would sometimes those plans change at the last minute?
Certainly.
Motion calls for this.
Overruled. See if she has any personal knowledge of this. Go ahead. Do you know if it changed at the last minute?
Certainly, they did. Being there, I was able to listen to phone conversations. I took messages. I passed these on to Betty. She would tell me her mood would change. You couldn't deny that there was something going on. Sometimes it would be a last moment notice that the boys were coming. Sometimes it would be a last moment notice that the boys were not coming. There were occasions where, after having made plans, that the fridge would remain full, and we would even have to throw things out.
Why didn't you freeze them?
And when the boys wouldn't come, how would that affect?
Get a
Betty
freezer.
emotionally?
Oh, it would make her very depressed. She would be angry at Dan and depressed.
Did you ever know when you were living there, Mrs. Broderick, to cancel plans that she had at the last minute if she was to learn the boys were coming?
Okay, as far as specific plans, I would have to say I was uncertain of specific plans, but I do know that she would have to be very cautious about making plans in the event that she would not be there if the chance came for her to have the boys.
Okay. Was there at any time where you saw her cancel a trip or going somewhere with somebody at the last minute?
Sustained.
You knew Brad Wright, is that correct?
True.
Was there any time she canceled something with Brad Wright at the last minute?
I cannot say the
Hey,
specific
Pine Weaver.
place they were going to go to, but I do recall that that they could not confirm plans.
Pine Weaver,
I recall
I'm
that
glad
they
you're
were
here.
talking about it in my presence, wanting to go away, but
Pine Weaver says a great comment because this really sets the stage for exactly what this chat's all about. Hello, peeps. This case makes me sad. The betrayal must have sent Betty over the edge. I actually have sympathy for her. Don't come for me. I know she's a killer. And that's exactly, kind of hits on what's happening in our chat for these rewatches. We've got people that are very sympathetic towards Betty. We've got people who are not sympathetic towards Betty at all. And I think all of those opinions are certainly rational opinions to have. Unlike, if we were in a Sarah chat and there's people who are like over the top Sarah, if they're not, ex-Derek just kind of being funny and, oh, maybe we should give this Sarah girl a chance. Has anyone really heard her tell her story? Those comments are hilarious. But but yeah, it's obvious that when you're advocating for Sarah that it's sarcasm. Whereas here, it's just as legitimate to be advocating for Betty as long as you're not advocating that, she had 100% right to do it. And we do have some people that are getting close to that. I disagree with it. I don't mind that it's here as part of the discussion, but we've got some people that are advocating quite heavily for Betty. And I think that's good. In a 35-year retrospective, I think we can discuss some of those maybe more contentious viewpoints. If this was a current trial, you'd feel a little bit more invested in your side of it and less interested in being in a chat with people who don't feel the same. I think this is something where we can all grow a little bit in our understanding of trials and of this trial specifically, thanks to the fact that we've got so many varying opinions in the chat and people are so open to, learning more about this case. I think it really stands up as a example of if Sarah's stories were true, how would they sound in court? And, again, Betty's stories aren't 100% true, but they're much closer to the truths that Sarah was claiming in her tales of woe. So I find it just fascinating to see some of those grievances brought up in a court case where there's some legitimacy to the grievances as opposed to being completely illegitimate rantings of a wino woman.
Betty's hesitation.
Welcome,
stopped
Pine
going
Weaver.
In the event that the boys could come for that weekend.
Were you present when the
Kitten Weaver says, I wish pictures were allowed in chat. We'll make today. Today is puppy day. Today is puppy Sunday. on the Betty Broderick stream. We won't have another Sunday stream. So today is Puppy Sunday. If you want to post on my community page pictures of your puppies to be included in one of the upcoming Betty Broderick live streams, if we get, half a dozen puppy pics or more, I'll do a little collage, and that'll be the intro video for one of the upcoming Betty Broderick broadcasts. Betty Broderick broadcasts. Betty Broderick broadcasted bitter butter. Yeah. Anyway, so feel free to post your pups if you want to post them on the community tab.
When the boys would go home.
Oh, sure, yes.
Okay. And what would,
Ideally, if you're posting pups, if you know how to do it, put some on-screen titling into the picture. So if you can use, if you're using your phone, use the markup to put the name of the dog or cat and your handle. And then that way, when I'm organizing it into a montage later, I won't have to remember.
when it was time approaching to go home, what would the attitudes of them and their mother be?
Well, it would change. You could feel the air becoming more depressed and quiet. The boys, all of a sudden, would just become so sullen and quiet. Even though they would say, "Mommy, can't we stay? We wish we could stay." As soon
Yes, let's make it not Puppy Sunday, but welcome cats and puppies, whatever. Pet Sunday. Loved ones. Pets from, and even from the past. If you've had an animal, if you've loved an animal, post it on the community tab, and I will assume that all pet pictures that are posted are for publication.
as soon as Van came to the house, they knew that there was nothing. It's as though they realized there was nothing they could do. They just all of a sudden they became like little. I believe last time I used the term little soldiers, and I'll repeat that. They just did what they were supposed to do.
That's kind of sad, getting back to the video. The children were kind of treated like little soldiers in the way, like the phone call from Danny is one that just, it cuts me both ways, listening to both how Betty doesn't stop swearing, but also how Danny is so on track. And it sounds to me like coaching for a child that age to be so focused on, these are the big 3 points, keep coming back to them. If your mom keeps swearing, say this. If she says this, say this. But just an awful, awful phone call. And from all sides, it's not, I think it makes both Betty and Dan look bad listening to Danny on that call.
Would you hear sometimes the answer phone messages left by the boys?
Yes.
And what kind of things would you hear on the message machine to Betty from her children?
Well, sustained at this point.
Okay. Were there messages that you would hear that that would be left on the answering machine and that the defendant would get, that Elizabeth Broderick would get?
Would I hear the message? I would hear Rhett talking, making the message. Like I would be right there, the phone rang, and I would be listening to him putting the message on the machine.
Okay. And what kind of message? What?
Good to see you, Mandy. Glad that you enjoyed the end of the broadcast. I was hoping you'd get a chance to see that from yesterday.
Would this be a message that Elizabeth Broderick got?
Oh, certainly. And she asked me to listen to the messages and relay them to her. This was one of the things that I did for her.
Okay. And what was what could you describe the message?
There was one in particular that was very heart-wrenching. Rhett was just pleading on the phone, "Mommy, where are you? Where are you? Please pick up the phone. I'm alone. Can I come over?" And it was very sad to see him. It wasn't just as brief as that. It went on and on. He was very sad. He didn't want to be there alone, and he wanted his mother.
You know who she looks like?
Did you ever hear Betty use profanity?
Sure.
Okay. Was that how would you describe it? Was that something that she was using 100% of the time, often, not often?
No, no. Seldom, if ever, and provoked. When she did, it was because she was provoked.
Did she ever use profanity around the boys?
Only, I will say seldom, if ever again, when she was provoked. If the topic of the conversation was the divorce or Dan.
Unfortunately, those two things came up a lot. I think she
Other
looks
than
like an
those,
Australian
as you
actor
say,
from the 90s.
seldom. Was the rest of the time, did she seem to be appropriate around the children?
Oh, certainly, yes.
Did Betty socialize a lot?
Well, I was not part of her social circle, so all that I could tell you would be what I saw around the home, really.
Did she, for instance, the time you were there, did she ever throw a party, have people?
She had one party that I recall, yes.
Okay, and what did she do during that party?
I found her sitting in the dark living room alone while her house was full of dozens of people, very actively, loud, having fun in the kitchen, the dining area, and on the balcony. And I was walking through not that immediate area, but the area next to it. And then I walked into the living room and I saw Betty sitting there in the dark, alone.
Okay. Did you move out of her house and back to, you live in Canada now, is that correct?
Right now.
She's from
Did
Canada.
you move back to Canada sometime in 1988?
I moved there 4 days before Christmas in 1988. Yeah.
I have no further questions, John.
Roxanne?
So that's Yahoo Serious in the inset.
Good morning, Miss. It's PARADON?
Yes.
PARADON. You lived
LCB, I
with
see you.
Broderick from
And your pups
August
made it on the
1988
page.
to December of 1988. Is that
Lita
correct?
and
From the
Leon
beginning of
and
August
Abri.
to just about the end of December, correct.
So we're talking about a 4-month period of time in late
5,
1988.
August, September, October, December, closer to 5 months,
Okay. And you left right before Christmas,
correct?
And you said at that time when you left right before Christmas that Elizabeth Broderick seemed fairly up and more positive than usual.
I didn't say that exactly. I said she appeared more optimistic, but it was in regard, I believe, we were discussing the trial at that time.
And it seemed that she appeared more positive, and this was right before Christmas and right before the trial, correct?
I would say yes.
And you also indicated that the boys, during the period of time that you were there, the boys were with her as often as they were not, correct?
I said that before, first time I came up for the question.
Right, yeah, during the time that you've already indicated that during the time that you lived there, that the kids were probably there as often as they weren't, correct?
Yes, I believe that would be.
So they were there on a fairly regular basis during that period of time.
Well, right off, let me clarify. They went to school all week. She did not have them during the week. I'm referring to weekends. They were there. She probably had them every other week. So referring to weekends only, she had them as often as she didn't have them.
And were you aware that there was an agreed upon, an informal agreed upon arrangement for her to have the children every other week? And that was consistent with what you're testifying that she had.
At the time, I was not aware that there was any agreement. This, I believe, this is one of the reasons that Betty was going to court was to get the child custody finalized.
Right, which she did after January of 1989. But before that, as you've indicated, she was having them on a fairly regular basis every other week.
But it wasn't anything absolutely regular. It only happened to end up that way.
When you lived with her there, was Maria Montez still living with her?
No, Maria was not living there.
You indicated that you applied to live there in order to exchange light housekeeping duties. Is that correct?
That was what I had mentioned in the advertisement, yes.
Did you exchange light housekeeping duties? Did you do some light housekeeping duties there for her?
I acted on my own initiative. I washed dishes after our meals primarily. I did no more than that. When I found that there was something I could do to be helpful to Betty, then I helped her just out of a sense of wanting to help her. Nothing was absolutely definitive what I had to do.
And you previously indicated that when you lived there at her home in Calle de Cielo, that it was a beautiful home that she had, correct?
I don't recall saying it quite like that, but it was a lovely home.
And you, during the entire time that you were there, the 4 to 5 months that you were there, there were only 2 instances in which she went to court, correct?
I recall 2 instances that she went to court. There could have been, I'm not certain, but there were 2 that I recall that she went to court.
Do you recall being asked that specific question before? How many times did she go to court?
Just take a quick message for Kentu Sukuroi in the chat, and there's some discussion of the March Moniker Madness contest we did to help Kentu Sukuroi find a new name in the new handle for the chats. If you're still using your original YouTube handle, which has your first and last name, it is a good reminder to change it to a little something less personal. For the first 15 years of my account, it was my first and last name. And it was only when I started commenting in Sarah Boone chats and some creators would put my comments up on the screen and I realized, oh shit, that's going to be my last name as part of that video forever. I'm sure that's not a big deal. But then, you know, I wanted to be a little spicy with my comments occasionally, and it was like, yeah, maybe I should just be Dan D. Then I was Dan D for quite a while, and then I decided to start the Dan D channel. But I do recommend, if you're using first name, last name as your YouTube handle, even just to switch it up to first name, last initial or something like that. But yeah, that's how Kentu Sukuroi came into existence, and the community helped name Kentu Sukuroi through a series of 4. There's 4 different brackets with 4 names in each, and Kentu Sukuroi rose to the final 4 and beat out even some names that got more votes in the first round. So, well done, Kentu Sukuroi. And that's the story of that handle.
During the period of time that you were there?
I recall being asked that, and I recall saying that there were 2 instances that I recall that she went.
Okay. And during that period of time, also, you don't recall her receiving any legal documents during that period of time, correct?
Well, she had documents in her possession. Obviously, she must have received them somehow.
But I'm asking about during the time that you were there, for the 4 or 5 months you were there, you never recalled her receiving any documents during that period of time, correct?
Sure, she had new documents. Is this what you're implying, whether new documents came into her possession during that period that I was there?
Yes, I recognize you said that she had old documents there.
I didn't say whether they were old or new. No one has asked me this question yet.
Okay. Were you asked before whether
Interesting.
you were ever around when she received papers from the court? And your answer was that you were not aware of that.
She's very loyal to Betty.
I was not aware of how she received the papers. I remember being asked whether papers came in the mail. And that was what I was saying I was unaware of, the process of how she actually got them. But she did have papers. She was getting new papers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you there when she actually received the papers?
I would see Betty sitting there reading through new papers, and she would share with me the latest the latest court thing going on.
For example?
If you're interested in changing your handle, you can go into account settings. I think it's just from clicking the little icon for, whatever your profile picture is. And you get to change your handle, I think, twice in a 2-week period. They don't let you overdo it. So don't just try them on like new pair of clothes. And then next thing you know, you're stuck with butt fart or something like that. I don't know why you would try out butt fart to see if that was a good name, but if you choose that as your second name within 2 weeks, you might be stuck with butt fart for another 2 weeks until it lets you change it. But yeah, it's an account setting, and it doesn't change anything except your handle in the chats. It does retroactively change. So if you've made comments under your name, those names get attributed to your new handle, which is kind of good. The only thing it doesn't change is if a creator has thrown your name up as on-screen Chiron or something like that.
For example, they were going to be going in again for more child custody. She would tell me that.
Also, just a reminder about pinned comments. YouTube's pinning them to the bottom, which makes it more difficult for people to read the chat. So I am trying to pin no more than a single comment per 5 minutes, so that if you are dismissing them in order to read the chat easier, that you're not constantly dismissing pinned comments either. So trying to balance a pinned comment's great for showing that the creator, read it and thought that it's something for other people to read. But I'm trying not to overdo it. So if you feel like I'm being more judicious in my pins, there's a reason for it. It's not malicious. It is intentional.
Let me try to recall.
Did you see a particular paper that had to do with that? Did you search on it?
I can't tell you numbers of documents or anything, no, but I recall seeing Betty sitting and reading them, and she would tell me the gist of what they were about.
She told you, didn't she, that when she went to court on those two instances, that she was frustrated because her attorney backed out each time she showed up in court?
I believe she was frustrated before she went to court because, as far as I understand it, the attorneys backed out.
Perfect example of how dumb YouTube can be and how smart we are is, why would you pin something to the bottom? If you want something to see it, people to see it, you pin it to the top. Like, you ever seen a bulletin board where the bottom was all taken up because everybody wanted to be where everyone could see their... No, bulletin board things are at eye level or higher. You're pinning to the bottom. You're basic... Yeah, it's a weird design choice. Oh no, Kitten Pusher was hidden? Kitten Pusher was unhidden. Hell yeah, you got to be careful with your fingers. Also a note to mods. So we do have a number of mods in here. Generally just put your feet up. This is a low moderation community. I'm not worried about words. If words are used in context correctly, they can even be trigger words. We're not going to talk around issues. If we're talking about the second-degree murders that Betty committed, we're not going to talk about the second-degree unalivings of Betty Broderick. At the same time, we're not going to use loaded language just for effect. But I'm not going to shy away from words that exist, and we don't need to delete them out of the chat. Also, if somebody's getting just, a little spicy in the chat, little jousty with me, you can let it go for a little bit. I don't mind a little bit of, little of the pugilism, little of the fisticuffs. But if it gets out of hand, if they get out of sorts, by all means, give them a 5-minute timeout. Let them think about what they've done, kind of like a hockey penalty. Don't give them too long, just a few minutes in the box to think about what they've done. And hopefully when they come out, they'll be part of the fun chat.
Before she went to court, as in the day before or the night before she went to court, all of a sudden she was without representation.
And that's what she was indicating to you was occurring in 1988, that before she went to these two court appearances, that her attorneys backed out on her the day before or the morning.
For
This
gaming
is my
channels.
understanding that this is what happened.
Were you aware at the time?
Thank you. Mandy says, Emily D. Baker said YouTube made some changes for the gaming channels. Emily's working on it. Asking for a toggle. Wish her luck. I do wish her luck. If they're doing that, I wish they would also make that top chat replay an all chat replay, and you could toggle that to top chat if you wanted top, but it should default to live. But if Emily's already busy on the one thing, I don't need her advocating for a second thing. We'll see if they can get that figured out too.
She was voluntarily not represented by an attorney at that time.
But am I unaware that she was not represented by an
Yes,
attorney?
that she had fired her last attorney months and months before, and that she was representing herself during that period.
Well, but if she had fired one, obviously she must have had one.
No, she was representing.
Detective Wilbefit says, fuck. Thank you for exercising the language guidelines, Detective Wilbefit. Fuck is perfectly acceptable in the chat.
Well, it was your understanding that she had an attorney then in
Correct.
December of 1988.
Yes.
And you were not aware of the fact that she did not have an attorney, that she was representing herself at that time.
What time in '88 though?
During the time that you were there, during August through December of 1988.
Okay, December '88. I know she was talking to an attorney. As a matter of fact, she was talking to an attorney the afternoon that I was leaving. I didn't even get to give her a hug goodbye or anything. She was on the phone, and I knew it was an important phone call. I assumed she was discussing her upcoming trial with this attorney. Perhaps I also assumed that because she was talking to an attorney, that this attorney might represent her.
Okay, so it was your assumption at that time that she was representing.
For that particular instance, but accounting for her disappointment in that all of a sudden she has no attorney, that would lead me to assume that she had an attorney until they, for whatever reason.
Well, let me ask you then, when she went to court, you said you recall her going to court on 2 instances.
Correct.
And that when she came back, she was upset because she told you that her attorney backed out on her.
No, not when she came back from the court, before she went to the court.
Before she
went to the court.
She said that the attorney had called that morning or the night before and backed out on her?
This is what I understand happened. Yes.
You indicated that there were a lot of legal papers in the house.
Correct.
Were you aware of, did you look at any of those papers? Were those papers that came from 1985, 1986,
No,
1987, 1988?
It was not my business to look through there. If there was something Betty asked me maybe to put away for her, I would put it in the appropriate box in the appropriate alphabetical order. But as far as me actually leafing through it, it was not my, I did not do that. It was not my,
So you're not,
Please.
you don't know even whether these papers were copies that she made herself of documents or what sorts of documents they were, or whether they went back for a period of years and she just kept them all, correct?
I do not know. Well, I don't know whether they were copies, and I don't know the dates, correct.
And if she did appear anyway to keep things for long periods of time, she kept every letter, every piece of paper that she'd had from 1985, from 1986, from 1987, from 1988.
Yes, she kept, I think, a pretty thorough record of her legal papers, the way I would assume anyone would.
And she had a complete filing system that she had there. She showed you where she had documents of all of the newspaper articles regarding Dan and Linda, correct?
Well, if you can call boxes a filing system.
Couldn't find my
these
herb
were
grinder.
boxes, and she had manila folders, and things would be labeled, and boxes would have names on them.
And did she have a folder that had to do with all the newspaper articles that dealt with Dan and Linda?
I don't recall seeing a particular folder about that, but I do recall seeing clippings. I do recall seeing clippings, newspaper clippings, that did have to do with Dan and Linda, yes.
And you have indicated that you felt that to Elizabeth.
The Betty Broderick trial has been sponsored by WD-40. WD-40, if you want your chairs to be unsqueaky on a audio recording of the first televised court trials of the 90s, use WD-40. If you prefer the chairs to be the star of the show, don't. This message was brought to you by WD-40.
Broderick, her social status was very important to her.
Yes.
And you've also indicated that during the time that you lived there with her, she was very active. She was involved in numerous activities at the time, correct?
I don't recall saying that, but she was very active.
Do you recall saying that she needed help? When
I remember seeing a flow chart for, I think it was WD-40 and duct tape. Basically, this chart starts with, does it move? Yes, no. You follow that. Should it? Yes, no. If it should move, WD-40. If it shouldn't move, duct tape.
you came to work for her because she belonged to various social groups, charities, clubs?
I don't recall saying that. Do you have this documented that I could look at that so I would?
Mandy says that Emily found out that YouTube messed with all of our handles for the gaming channels. I wonder if that is why occasionally when you pop into a chat, people have the string of numbers after their name. And maybe that's a thing to help, with if you've got 12 or, say 50 people in your chat that are named Xbox Chatter, that they get a number attached to them at the end. No good for us who all have, fun, unique names that don't need numbers, but that's interesting. I could see how the gamers would kind of take over because they're a huge contingent of viewers. I don't think they add a lot to the communication on YouTube, but there's a lot of chat about the games and in the moment, but I don't think that they're adding. Well, maybe, I don't know. I don't watch the channels. Maybe there's tons of high-level discourse going on in those gaming chats, but it doesn't look like it to me. I just see the chat scroll running up like impossible to read. I don't understand why people even chat on those streams, to tell the truth. You got 1,000 people in a room and it's just emojis, block of text, emojis. Like, I aspire to my chat being that busy, and at the same time, I'm very glad that my chat is readable and exactly as it is right now. So
If I can look for it, see if I can find it.
these neck scarves were fantastic for men that wanted to dress as women and hide their Adam's apples as well. This was a very key bit of fashion for men that wanted to dress it on the other side.
You recall saying she needed various help around the house and some babysitting, as she belonged to various charities and social groups.
Okay, well, that's not quite what you just.
I think the chair audio is a bit of a testament to the fact that court TV was so young at these days. And, you know, some simple things I've learned from setting up my stream about noise filters. There's something called a noise gate. It helps that I'm using the headset because it reduces the ambient sounds from the house from being part of my broadcast. That said, when I had people working here, if I was talking, you could hear the drilling because it's part of the overall sound, but it wasn't loud enough to turn on the mic on its own. Why am I talking about that? Oh, that I had a reason. Oh, because of the WD-40. So by the same token, I think they just kind of set up lots of mics in the courtroom. Okay, this is good. We've tested it. Okay, we can hear audio from whether they're standing here, here, or here. Perfect. We're set to go. And they didn't even take into account the sound of chairs because they probably tested all the mics in an empty room. And once they've tested them, they're all kind of set it and forget it. They can't do live audio engineering during the stream. They do a little of it at the beginning of each stream, but I wonder if that's the guys who are rebroadcasting the signal, just kind of evening out the court feed, because you can tell when we get a new video in the series that initially the audio is a little bit off and then there's some correction.
If you take a look at report page 2 dated.
Everybody's hair just defying gravity in this picture.
Appears to be undated by investigator Peter Bond.
Oh, so this is not something I said in court. This was something that I was asked in a telephone conversation?
I can see why she's friends with Betty. She does the exact same thing. She takes the info from the prosecutor, she reads it, and then she testifies on it instead of answering the question. Well, if I read this looks like... Nope, just yes or no. Poor prosecutor, she's going to lose it. I can see her hand. She's doing like...
Investigator, yes.
Okay, well, I wanted to clarify that because I don't remember saying this.
Okay, if
Um,
you just take a look at, read that to yourself to see if that refreshes your recollection.
Okay, true, that is the indication that I got from Betty. That would relate more to our telephone conversations before I even met Betty.
And that was that she was looking for someone to provide her with some more help around the house and some babysitting because she was so involved in various social groups and charities. Correct?
I would have to say that's correct.
During the time that you were living there, was she dating Brad Wright, to your knowledge?
I know I could say that they were friends. I would call it companions. As far as dating, getting dressed up, going.
Yeah, I'm not updating the pin chat, as I've mentioned before, so Detective Wolbefit's chat will stay up there until the next rotation of the pin chats. Fuck.
Out in each other's company. I would think once or twice that I can recall them actually going out as a couple, but they spent a lot of time in each other's company.
Hey, Charles,
Around the
glad
home.
you're here.
And you indicated that you were
Good to
aware
see
of
ya.
at least some trips that they were planning to take together. Is that correct?
There were times at weekends where they had discussed possibly going away, but as far as absolute like destinations of places, events,
Interesting. So Disney Mom, it's not so much that the judge is just letting them, because the judge is on it. The minute that there's an objection, sometimes the judge is even finishing it off like, yeah, irrelevant. And so in his head, I see him just sitting here going, this is irrelevant, this is irrelevant, this is objection, yes. But he is so on it whenever a question comes to the judge, when a ruling needs to be made. A lot of times they don't agree with it, and they're like, can I approach for a sidebar? No, sit down, ask your question. So the judge, he seems like he's letting a lot of stuff go, but I think he's doing actually a really good job of letting the lawyers be the lawyers, but still paying attention. So when they do ask a matter of law, he's decisive. There's no doubt. There's no mystery sidebar, and you're wondering what the hell did they talk about for 30 minutes. There are some sidebars, and we're not seeing them because it gets clipped out of the feed that we're watching, because we don't need to sit around and wait for it. But still, the sidebars have been relatively few, and you can kind of see why they exist. It's basically just to prevent an argument in front of the jury. But the judge has been very consistent with giving very quick rulings to objections. And yeah, so he seems to let a lot go, and it's because the lawyers, for whatever reason, think that the testimony is helping them when the person's going off. Like Betty, for example, during her direct, went in so many different tangents, and I think that was a specific strategy from the prosecution so that during their rebuttal case, it was wide open. It's like she talked about everything for 3 days. Everything's game, right? And that's it, essentially what Carrie Wells had. She had a wide open slate of rebuttal questions because Betty went on for so long on so much. So, good call though, Disney Mom. There's a lot that's just letting a lot of conversation that's just happening here.
I'm not familiar with that. I couldn't.
At this party that she had, was Brad right there?
I don't remember seeing Brad.
How many people were at the party?
I would say that there were at least 24. I would say dozens of people just by looking at the.
Good call, Charles Grieve. If she did a little bit more makeup, she could look like Charles Grieve says. Is she going for goth or corpse with that makeup? Seriously strange. I think she would look fantastic as one of the backup dancers in the Michael Jackson video. For Thriller? Dun dun. Dun dun.
Heads, and maybe just if I could roughly count the heads in here. I mean, the kitchen was full. There were people on the balcony.
Is this a party that you were invited to?
Betty told me that I could come. I was dressed up. I was looking forward to meeting with some people. But when I...
Oh, poor Lisa. She's on a different social strata than Betty, so she was really looking forward to this as like be a part of the next level up. She's a housekeeper in Betty's house, so she's just on the periphery of high society in San Diego. I could see this being the sort of thing that you'd be super excited for. I've been invited out for things that were kind of above my station, and I remember getting worked up for it like this.
Approached the kitchen to enter. I didn't recognize anyone. I didn't recognize Betty, and I didn't want to enter alone. So I walked around the house to see if I could see Betty, and this is when I came upon her in the living room, sitting there alone.
And did you have a conversation with her at the time?
Yes.
What did she say?
I asked her what she was doing there. How come she wasn't with her friends? And she said she basically didn't feel like it.
She's still sad she didn't get to go to that party.
You indicated that you never, or seldom if ever, she used profanity in front of you when she talked about Dan or Linda?
No, I said seldom in front of the children.
Okay, so she used it often with you?
No. No more than normal. I mean, how can you, I would say seldom if ever, again, would be a safe way for me.
Seldom if ever used profanity around you.
Dorgan hits on an interesting challenge I've got to look forward to if I continue growing. Dorgan mentions that small chats are so good. We know each other well now. And yeah, that's definitely one of the things I want to continue as I continue growing. And at the same time, obviously, you know, there's going to be a critical mass where it's impossible to know everyone who's in the chat if I continue growing. So that's where I'm really going to count on everyone that's here. I've been giving moderation or moderator status to anyone who's interested in it. That's a regular of the channel and coming in on these. I basically will be looking to my newest mods, and basically you're going to be the community that helps shepherd this chat when I get to the next level. So if there's a 10-fold increase and, you know, we've got 250 people in the chat, you guys now that are chatting amongst yourselves know each other, you guys can help manage that chat so it still is a fun place to come for people when I can't get in and, you know, read every chat and follow along with everything. Then you guys can help me by following up, like even if it's copy and pasting a chat from someone else that might have gotten missed, I'll see it with your blue mod. And yeah, so that's a great point from Dorgan, and it's definitely something I'm conscious of as I try and build this community going forward.
You talked about Dan and Linda.
Yes,
It was clear to you that she hated Dan and Linda.
certainly.
And so that was clear to you from the language that she used and the tone of language that she used and the things that she said.
Why would she use the tone? I think she said, okay, that's acceptable.
And it was clear to you that her hate for Dan and Linda was shared with the children when they were over there.
You have to, so can you say that?
She talked about her hate for Dan and Linda in front of the boys as well, didn't she?
Everyone talked about their hate for Dan and Linda. I mean, the boys spoke of it, Betty spoke of it. It wasn't something that they constantly spoke about.
She even talked about wanting to kill him or wanting him to be dead in front of the boys, didn't she?
Everyone in that family mentioned that at some
Mrs.
point.
Parody, could you answer that question? Did Elizabeth Broderick talk about wanting him to be dead during that period of time in front of the boys?
Yes, she said it, but I would like to clarify that. And then she would follow with, could you please pass the chicken? Or it was something said so casually. It was
Do you
not.
recall indicating that you felt uncomfortable about that? That even you got involved in conversations like that and afterwards you felt bad about talking about wanting their father to die?
No, I didn't feel uncomfortable about that. Or
Were you, you were not aware of the situation that led up to how the boys got into Dan Broderick's custody in the first place, correct? She didn't describe that for you.
well, whether I heard part of it through Betty's conversations with me, whether I have now part of it, whether part of it has entered my awareness through the newspapers or whatever, that part is now a little bit confused. I cannot say specifically how I came about that information, but it would be safe to assume that Betty first told me about that.
You were aware that at the time.
I will weigh in on the chat about large chats. I find that, speaking very personally from the Sarah Boone community, I remember being in Tanika's chats and feeling like this chat is too big. Anything I say is just going whoop. And the people who know each other, they're responding to each other. I don't feel like I could say too much in these chats and be noticed. And so I started going to Danielle Chavon's and Suma's page and found like those chats were equally as busy, but much tighter. It was a smaller group of people, and Danielle and Suma have both grown quite a bit since those days as well. But that was definitely an attraction at that time because I felt like I wanted to communicate. There was a lot I wanted to talk about, but some of the larger creators, it's definitely hard to get your voice through with everyone else chiming in as well. And when you don't know everyone, it's a little harder to keep track of all their comments too and see it as an organic conversation rather than just a flow of chatter. So yeah, I get it.
Kind of the separation, that the children were originally with Dan Broderick.
No, I'm not aware of that.
Excuse me, that the children were originally with Elizabeth Broderick.
Okay, that, yes.
And there came a point when she took the children over to Dan Broderick's
I
house.
have an objection as irrelevant.
Sustained.
Well,
It's beyond the scope. Go ahead.
were you ever around, you were there in 1988, were you ever aware of any statements that she had made to the boys in 1985 or 1986 or 1987 about being embarrassed or being angry at them when they would say something nice about their father?
Your Honor, objection beyond the scope.
Yeah, that's.
Not beyond overruled chance. But
The witness here, so quick to agree with the lawyer, like she understood the legal maneuverings that were happening. Yeah, that's right, what he said. And then the judge very quickly coming in to let her know, no. Just because he said that doesn't mean that we'll watch it. That was about 15 seconds
Or
back.
any statements that she had made to the boys in 1985 or 1986 or 1987 about being embarrassed or being angry at them when they would say something nice about their father?
Your Honor, objection
That's-
beyond the scope.
Yeah, that's.
So she's even making this sort of beyond the scopes.
it's not beyond overruled chance. But
It's not. You can answer that. Oh.
you're making statements to that
Were you
effect.
aware of any statements that she made to that effect?
Your Honor, it calls for hearsay, and it's irrelevant
That's-
as to whether she's aware of it or not.
If I,
Well,
may I
no,
proceed on
no,
that one?
it's proper. Go ahead.
Could you ask me again? Could you?
And see, there's another example of could I approach for sidebar? No. Ask it again. I really like how the judge avoids sidebars if unnecessary, like because you don't know even if they just come up and it's a quick clarification. It's hard to tell that from shut the fuck up and get back up and do your job. Like that's what I assume everything I can't hear is.
Were you aware of any statements that she had made in 1985, 1986, 1987 about being too embarrassed to talk to them because they lived with their father, about wanting them to do violent things to Dan or Linda, about calling them wimps if they wouldn't run away from their dad, about getting angry at them if they said that they left their dad or they had
Your Honor,
anything like-
Sustained. You phrased the question wrong this time as well.
She's
I would answer no.
giddy. Disney Mom says Suma and Danielle love them most. Who are in those chats are in Tanika's chats. I see crossover. I found Danielle D. I think maybe Dan D. I think from Suma. Very possible. Suma was very generous in promoting my channel in the early days. I used her content for a couple of shorts and did remixes. One of them was a phone call to Judge Jackson, where Suma did the voice of Sarah calling from prison, calling 911. The judge was mean to me. Well, I don't think you understand. It's just, I'm trying to go through court and she wouldn't help me. So I illustrated that in my Dan D style with AI art, and that was a fun little collaboration. And but yeah, so Suma was very generous, and then Danielle as well. Danielle was one of my inspirations for creating, just for the way that she, her style of just turning on the live, figuring it out. Like, there was a lot of lives I remember listening to with Danielle where it was just a vertical live, just her talking, and I just felt a connection. I felt a connection to the chat, and I really liked the way that she was just learning on the fly and, you know, figuring out how to make YouTube work for her and her audience. So that was a bit inspirational for me too. So I always have a special spot in my heart for those two.
Your Honor, and I would like the admonishment that the district attorney asked for.
If I could approach sidebar, I'd like
Just a
to.
minute, let's take the morning recess. It's time for the morning recess. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess until 5 minutes after the 11. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves or anyone else discuss it with you, or form any opinions until it's finally submitted to you. See you at 5 after 11.
Disney Mom says, my mom was like Suma. Little blush never killed anybody. But she'd also say things like, oh, so you used all your makeup today. Saved me from looking like a clown lady for the rest of the evening. Gotta love those mom compliments. Oh, so you used all your makeup tonight. That's awesome. Thank you, Zeitgeist.
Very briefly. You and
Zeitgeist, that sounds very moddy. Do you want to have a blue shield to go with those kind of awesome comments? Let me know in the chat.
indicated, Mrs. Pardon, that there was a period of time when Lee was actually living there in the house with Mrs. Broderick. Okay, and for how long a period of time is that?
I would say for at least 2 months, the last 2 months while I was there.
So she was still living there when you left in December of 1988?
Yes,
And it was obvious to you that the boys loved their mother.
sure,
And obviously they wanted to have her love and attention in return.
certainly.
And obviously they wouldn't want to do anything that would put, where she would withdraw that love from them. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say.
And it's also true that you never saw the boys interact with their father outside the presence of the defendants. You were never,
True.
I mean,
You're direct?
No.
Stay excused. Thank you very much, ma'am. Free to leave.
That's it for Lisa. We hardly knew you.
Times like this, I wish somebody else was the judge, because while we were in recess, the next witness is, we're going to have to make some legal rulings before we get to the next witness. We're going to have to take matters up out of your presence. So after that recess, I'm going to excuse you early for lunch. I'm not sure how long this matter is going to take, so I will give you a little longer for lunch. We won't resume until about 2 o'clock this afternoon. I tell you that so that if you want to return to your place of business or residence, you'd have time to do that. Had I known before we took the recess that the further questions are going to be so brief, I wouldn't have bothered taking the recess, but I'm not a mind reader. So I apologize to you for the inconvenience, but it is necessary that we take up a matter outside your presence. We'll be in recess for the lunch hour until 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Now this-
Please remember the admonition. We'll see you at 2 o'clock.
This might have something to do with judges.
California versus Broderick. Court finds all members of the jury panel are present. All counsel are present. Mrs.
There are judges that are slated for testimony today, so that might have been an issue to do with just the feasibility of getting them on the stand.
Broderick is present. I apologize profusely, ladies and gentlemen, for keeping you down there. This is taking longer than I expected. It is probably going to take a little while longer to where it wouldn't be beneficial to keep you here the rest of the.
So this is another advantage to time travel court. If we were watching this live, we would have been sitting around enjoying each other's company and saying, when would they come back? When would they come back? Then they come back and he's just going to say, sorry, we haven't figured it out. We're done for today. So this is a great advantage of watching in time travel mode rather than in live mode.
Because I don't think there'd be enough time for you to hear enough testimony to make it worthwhile having you stick around. For that reason, we'll recess as far as you're concerned for the remainder of the day. And I'd ask you to remember the admonition, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. And I apologize very sincerely for inconveniencing you today the way you've been inconvenienced. And I'm sorry. We'll recess.
Oh, so that's a new outfit. She almost looks like Jackie from Roseanne with that plaid red shirt, the court reporter. The witness in a tan jacket. I wonder if this is a judge. I can almost tell, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it looks like the judges are almost like looking at each other. They're going to give you, a little nod of, professional courtesy. Like when you see a couple bus drivers driving by each other.
Anthony C. Joseph, Joseph.
Anthony C. Joseph. This is the family law judge that got brought up several times so far in this trial. He was handling the Broderick's divorce matter for probably the person who gave the final rulings on it as well. I don't think I've ever seen a judge called as a witness. Could you imagine if Sarah subpoenaed Judge Jackson to testify as part of her criminal case? Wow.
Sir, what is your occupation?
I'm a judge of the Superior Court.
In 1987, were you hearing the matter of Broderick versus Broderick, a divorce or dissolution matter?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And when you were first assigned the case, were you able to review the whole court file?
I believe so. It's been a while, and I'm not sure the entire court file was there, but if not, I think virtually all of the file was there at the first review.
Do you remember testifying at the last trial that that you were not able to review it and that you would search for the file?
Yes, I do. If you want a narrative, I'll explain to you. If not, I'll be glad to answer your questions one at a time.
He knows what a narrative is.
Let's refresh your memory.
Partially reading the transcript of the last hearing and also a deeper review of some transcripts than I was able to do before my testimony at the last trial.
Okay. So you were able to see that at the first hearing that you had the whole court file, is that correct? Or pretty much all?
Mr. Early, I think I had most of the court file prior to the first hearing that was held.
Okay.
I can't tell you whether I had all of it or not. I don't know.
At some point in time, now after you received the case, did the court file remain in your, at least in your department?
It should have, but I don't know whether it did or not.
Okay. So it would have been in your department, at least at that point, not open to the public, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. At some point in time, did the file become lost?
Some portion of the file definitely became lost.
Okay. You're aware that the file ended up being 8 volumes?
Objection, Your Honor, that misstates the evidence. And assumes facts not evidence.
Well, sustain, just rephrase it.
Okay. Were you aware that eventually the size of the court file?
No.
Okay.
I mean, eventually, you're talking about at the time of trial?
Yes.
No.
At some point in time, did you become aware that the file was missing?
I became aware that major portions of the file were missing.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you have the file get some information or have the file reconstructed in any manner?
I don't believe so.
did you become aware at some point in time, I take it that throughout
This is just a reminder to be on all messages rather than top messages. I missed out on Elizabeth's message because I was on top messages. Only saw it thanks to a moderator responding to her comment, so thank you, mods. Elizabeth says, my mom lived by the motto, my house is clean enough to be healthy and dirty enough to be happy. That's a great motto. Because I feel uncomfortable. If a place is too clean, I'm like, I don't want to mess it up. They're going to remember I left a fingerprint on the counter. Or if the place is just sloppy enough, then, I feel like I can put my feet up, enjoy my time there. You don't want it to be gross. You don't want to, see bugs or, stains and, nastiness. But there's something about a lived-in look that is more comforting than a sterile clinical look. Thank you, Elizabeth. And yeah, turn on all messages. Otherwise, you'll miss great chats like that.
these proceedings, the contempt part of the file, you always had. The allegations of contempt and the restraining orders.
Yes.
So
This guy almost looks like, because I see there's some, we're trying to nail him down. He definitely like sitcom dad. I'm kind of seeing Elliot Gould from MASH. I'm going to look that up. But go ahead and suggest your lookalikes for this guy. Maybe a guy from Barney Miller, actually. Might have to look up Barney Miller. Not Fish, not the, some of the more, he looks like the quiet guy in Barney Miller, but used to wear like the yellow tactical glasses or something. Okay, I'm looking for it.
those parts of the file, to your memory, were always, you've always had?
Upon the filing of a motion re contempt, it was the practice of Mr. Broderick's attorney to attach to each motion the prior orders and the prior injunctions in part, so that as the filing came in, you had the background in regard to the contempt, and the file that was ongoing, the piece that we had, contained much of that material, not all.
Okay, so when the file became lost, it became through the course of the litigation reconstructed because they were filing back pleadings and back orders.
It became partially reconstructed.
Did you at some point in time make a search for the file that was missing?
Yes.
Were you able to ever locate that file?
No.
yourself? And did you send memos to the presiding judge about that? You can recall?
I don't recall.
Walter Matthau, Grumpy Old Man. That's a great one.
Good morning, Judge Joseph. When you were originally assigned to the case of Broderick versus Broderick, were you assigned to it for all purposes?
Mr. Butterworth.
And then is it correct to say that one of the first duties that you had was in relation to a contempt hearing?
I believe so.
And then you presided over a series of 4 contempt hearings, is that correct?
At least 4.
And your recollection is that when you were first assigned to the case, that at least your feeling was that you had the entire file, or what appeared to be the entire file.
I had what appeared to be the entire file. I spent a considerable amount of time going through the file, I believe before the first hearing. And at that time, I thought I had the full file.
Now, when someone files a contempt action, obviously they have to file pleadings that go along with that, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's where they file documents where they're making the allegations of what they are alleging the contempt to be, and where they also file the supporting documents that refer to, for example, the restraining order, the existence of the restraining order, and the fact that it had been served on the defendant, et cetera. Is that?
In general, that's correct. The document that leads to a contempt hearing is a form that's used throughout the state of California. There's substantial blanks to be filled in, but you begin with that form, and then the attachments are up to the attorney to file if they choose.
Okay. And then once those documents are filed with the court, then a date for the contempt hearing is set, and you have an actual hearing. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
And when you make a decision on whether or not someone is found in contempt, you make that decision based on the evidence that you hear. You have an evidentiary hearing. Is
That's
that correct? And that means that witnesses testify.
Sometimes.
And in this particular case, in each of the contempt hearings, is it not true
Your
that
Honor,
Elizabeth?
objection, this is beyond the scope of direct.
It's the same.
Okay.
I'm feeling Elliot Gould. I'm going to bring that
Now, when
one
you
up.
were originally assigned the case, you were located physically in this courtroom, is that correct?
In this courthouse.
Not
yes.
courtroom, you're right,
Yeah.
yes.
I
San
think it was
Diego.
actually 2 floors below the courtroom, if I understand where I am.
Sometimes we all get lost getting here. But you were in this courthouse,
Yes.
downtown San Diego courthouse.
That's
Now,
correct.
sometime in between the first contempt hearing and your ultimate last contempt hearing, the case got transferred up to Vista, is that correct?
That's correct.
And also, was there some hearings in between there? Were you at the Claremont courthouse?
No, yes, the juvenile courthouse, which is, I guess, on Claremont or close to it.
Okay, so there were some hearings downtown, then there was some hearings in that courthouse, then there was some hearings up in the Vista courthouse.
I think there was one hearing at the juvenile court, that's my memory.
Okay, and so obviously when you are going to other courthouses, those documents or the files have to be transferred along with you, is that correct?
Well, that's what we hope and expect, but I'm not sure that's what happened.
Is it not true that it is common, or not necessarily uncommon, for files to get misplaced, files to get lost, or portions of files to get lost?
It does happen.
And in fact, it often happens that documents that should go into one file end up being in another file.
That also happens on occasion.
Okay. Do you know who is actually even responsible for transferring a file? If you get transferred up to Vista, who makes sure that the file gets up to Vista, or how they do it?
I don't think I could give you the
Morning,
names
another
of the
one?
individuals who are responsible. My court clerk in whichever department I'm sitting in takes the responsibility to bring whatever files are necessary from other courthouses and get them to my courtroom for the hearings that are coming up. And
In between a hearing, for example, if you have a hearing in 1987 on a contempt, and then there's not another hearing that's filed until 1988.
Wow.
That court file doesn't stay in your courtroom, does it? It goes back to the court.
Who knows what Walter Matthau looked like as a young man? He is a good-looking guy. I'm going to bring up some, I think I'll bring up 3 pictures of him. One that looks like just after he graduated high school. Another one that looks like it's from the 60s. And then one that's a little bit more current to the Walter we're familiar with today. My God, he's a good-looking guy.
Records.
that's usually correct.
Okay, so there's also a transfer of documents from the courtroom to court records, and then if there's going to be another hearing, someone from court records has to get the documents back to the courtroom wherever it may be.
That's right.
And if there is a file, as counsel indicated, there were more than one volume of this particular file, is that
Yes.
correct? And there's no set rule on when you start a new file, like if it gets to be 50 pages, then you start to file number 2.
There's no set rule that I'm aware of. There may well be one within our administrative structure, but I don't know how it works. When the files begin to overflow, they start volume 2.
Okay. And do you know if there's any procedure, any set procedure of how they necessarily keep all those volumes together?
I'm not familiar with that.
Were you familiar at all with when portions of the file were discovered at one point, whether or not there was any difference between that file and the file that you originally had when you started on it?
I don't think I can answer that question because in thinking back, I don't recall that I ever had a reconstructed file when the file went to another judge.
Okay. Obviously, there came a point then after you had dealt with some of the contempt hearings where the case got transferred to another judge.
Yes,
Okay. And that was transferred again to even another courtroom, the family law court building, is that correct?
I believe so. I'm not sure.
When you were assigned to the case originally, is it not true that was because a prior judge, Judge Murphy, had been challenged?
He either had been challenged or he chose to remove himself from the file. And again, I'm not clear. I don't recall what happened.
Okay. When you had the contempt hearings, well, let me just ask you this question. Were you ever a close personal friend of Dan Broderick's?
Never.
When the contempt hearings began, did you ever tell Elizabeth Broderick that you were a close personal friend of Dan Broderick's and she had no choice but to appear before you?
I did not.
Can you tell me, Judge Joseph, how long you've been a judge?
I was appointed in October 1979. I think 11 years.
I was trying to figure that out myself. Okay.
I believe I'm in my 12th year now, but
And have you been a family law judge that entire time?
No, I have not.
Can you tell us what portion of that time you were a family law judge?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. It's irrelevant.
Oh, sustained.
How long had you been a family law judge when you became involved in the case of Broderick versus Broderick?
Your Honor, object is irrelevant.
Overruled, you can answer that.
1987.
Ooh, little Eugene Levy, too.
I think I had been a family law judge in part or total assignment all but 2 years prior to that time.
Your Honor, may I approach the sidebar just to ask a clarification before I go any further?
Sure.
Just one more question at this point. Judge, if you can answer the question, do you recall writing a letter with respect to something about thinking that maybe the file got lost in Judge
Yeah.
Murphy's time warp?
Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3
I think so.
original.
Do you know what?
Yeah, Walter Matthau's got a great. Oh, could we honor the overlooked victim of this crime? 100% another one to say, let's all take a moment for the Boston cream pie that was smushed by Betty defiling and smearing the deliciousness of Linda Kolkina's Boston cream pie. We will take a moment for that. I think I've resolved that the Boston cream pie will be my next Cooking with Dan D, so we'll have another fun recipe. And if I can do it, I may create a scale model of a bed with white linens and smush a little bit of Boston cream pie remains into those linens, just as an exercise in transparency.
What that meant or what you were referring to?
Judge Murphy, I believe, on more than one occasion had attempted to settle
Oh,
either all or part of this case. And I think my assumption was that part of the file may have stayed in his chambers. I didn't know.
Okay.
And in general, Tom Murphy works in a somewhat different way than some of the rest of our judges. He's an excellent judge. I don't want to denigrate him in any respect, but it was possible that part of it could have been misplaced, and I was suggesting that as one place that they might search.
Okay.
Hola, Portuguese, gracias por unirte, which I think means thank you to Portugal, and thanks for joining the chat. I think.
I have no further questions in at this point.
For your record.
Judge Joseph, you knew of Dan Broderick before he came into your courtroom, didn't you?
Yes, I did,
Okay, and you knew what his position in the bar was, didn't you?
of course.
I thought that there was an objection to the this.
You went as proper direct, you went into this on cross.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
The at the time that he walked into the room, was there a statement made about, "Good morning, Mr. Broderick, what do we owe the honor of your presence here?"
Well, I don't think it ever would have been good morning, because I don't recall that he was ever in my courtroom in the morning. He may have been. I've read about this statement in the press for a long period of time now, and I have searched my memory to try to be definitive. I do not remember making any such statement, but it's been repeated so many times that maybe I should say at this point, I'm not positive. I don't think I made that statement.
That's not an unusual statement for you to make when someone walks into the courtroom who you know, is it?
The statement that has been reported in the press, I think, is an unusual statement for me to make. And that's one of the reasons I'm telling you, I don't think I made that statement.
So it would be unusual for you to greet somebody such as Mr. Broderick when he walked into the courtroom in a respectful manner?
Oh, I went Spanish. Crap.
Generally, I'm not in the courtroom when people come in. I'm in chambers and we begin the proceeding. If I see lawyers
Similar.
who I'm acquainted with in the courtroom or elsewhere, I'll greet them.
A lot of times in this courthouse, when cases are transferred from one place to another, the file is given to an attorney to go into the courtroom. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
So there's times that you're on the bench where
I'll be right
people
back.
walk
I
in
have
with
something to
the
take
file.
care
Is that
of.
right?
Yes,
See what the
Do
time
you
is.
remember whether that happened in this case or not?
I have no memory of that.
We're at 55 minutes of the
And,
broadcast. If too much time goes by, I'll rewind it,
The
or
first
you
time you
guys
heard
can
that
catch
statement
me
that
up.
was in the newspaper, or did you hear that from Elizabeth Broderick?
No, I believe it was on the media and I think in the newspaper.
That was after the homicide, the death of Mr. Broderick?
Yes, it was.
You have no memory of hearing that beforehand, Elizabeth Broderick bringing that up to you? If you don't, that's fine.
I don't at this time, Mr. Early.
Now, when you, the case went to you for a contempt hearing in 1987 in February, is that correct?
I'm not certain if it was February.
I'm sorry, the first hearing would have been in April 2nd. If I may just approach Your Honor and just show them the transcript.
I believe that this is beyond the scope.
This is just to the file, Your Honor.
You're asking about the file?
About the file, that's all.
All right.
I believe the first hearing was April 2nd, 1987. That's my belief.
Now, when you read the court file on April 2nd, did you notice anything unusual about the file? Do you recall anything?
I don't recall that, and I probably read the court file in advance of April 2nd. I don't know what day of the week that was, but I often would read a court file, particularly one that I knew was complex, the night before or a few days before.
That's fine. Sir, just to help you refresh your recollection, I'm referring to a transcript of April 2nd, 1987, Your Honor, page 7. If you could just read the bottom, which would be
Do you want me to read it out?
to yourself.
Yes.
That refreshes your recollection as to whether you had spent considerable time reading the court file.
Mr. Early, that's part of the material that I referred to at the very beginning of my testimony that did refresh my recollection about the fact that I believe I had either the whole file or most of the file at that point in time.
Okay, and you don't remember anything unusual about the file?
No, I don't, not at that point.
Now, Judge, from that time through 1988, and we're talking about May 4th, 1988, assuming that this is the last contempt hearing that you heard.
All right.
Okay. That file would have stayed with you, is that correct? And Your Honor, I'm sorry, I was referring to People's 85B.
All right.
Okay.
That file was a file that was assigned to me for all purposes. I went to the juvenile court for a brief period of time. My belief is that at those hearings, I had the file. When the first hearing in Vista was held, my memory is that I did not have the full file. Somewhere between juvenile court, back downtown, and out to Vista, I don't know what happened to the file.
Okay. And you had mentioned that this file, at least at the beginning, was a file that was kept in your chambers because it was a sealed file?
No, I don't think so.
This was kept in the regular course of business?
Yes, there are cabinets in our clerk's office for sealed files. And part of this is just assumption, but I believe that the file would have gone back to the clerk's office and been retained in a sealed file cabinet.
And
Obrigada. Thank you for keeping the chat warm.
the last thing you mentioned that there's forms that contemps are filed on, and it's not always that attorneys file back orders, and those would normally be kept back orders in the file itself, would they not?
Yes,
They'd already
they
be
would.
there.
Sure.
Okay.
And when I say that the attorney filed back orders, those were Xerox copies. The originals would have been in the file wherever it was located.
Okay, so an attorney, when he files an order, normally gets one stamp for himself that he keeps in his files?
Yes.
Okay. So even if an attorney doesn't file these back orders, they're normally, in the normal course of business, they're in the court file anyways.
Oh, yes.
So normally there's not a need for the back orders because they're in the court file.
It depends on what they put in their pleadings. If they haven't included in their pleadings the language from the back orders or a copy of them, then the judge would go back in the file, look up the back orders to make sure that there was a clear understanding of what had been ordered.
Christina Garcia asked while I was away, what's up with the judge? Is he even listening? He seems to be looking up and at the walls. The best I could picture for the way the judge's actions align with his conduct is picture somebody, if you've ever seen somebody listening to an audiobook that is really listening to it, like not somebody who just has it as, white noise going on in their head while they're, doing other manual tasks. He's just sitting there listening to the whole trial and not moving a muscle because he wants to use every ounce of his mental energy to keep up. And I feel like there's at least, in any hour of testimony, at least a dozen times where he's like, well, that could have been an objection. That could have been. But he just lets it go. And the minute, one of them does make an objection, he rules on it instantly. It's not like he's just, oh, hold on. Okay, sorry, I just faded away there. What's your problem? He has the answers. A lot of times he even finishes the objection. Yeah, that's argumentative. Go. Well, can we approach on sidebar? No. Because he knows exactly what's going on. Like, the judge's actions as a judge are incredibly quick for how slow and sloth-like his courtroom demeanor appears to be. Because, yeah, it doesn't look like anything is happening quick from him. But the minute he has to answer, a judge's answer a lawyer's question to a judge, he answers it like he, has been sitting there just waiting to give his opinion.
I have no further questions.
Recross?
Filing the back orders in the pleadings is a matter of helping, for convenience purposes, of letting the judge know what some of the history is in the case. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. And I take it, you indicated that you did know that Dan Broderick was an attorney.
Oh, of course.
Okay. And I take it that it's not unusual for you to greet all attorneys in a respectful manner.
I hope so. I want to.
And isn't it also true that, again, when you make your decision on a contempt, it doesn't have to do with the history or what went on or may not have gone on in the file. It has to do with the evidence that's presented to you dealing with those specific allegations in court.
That's partially correct, but it's not entirely correct.
Okay. Obviously, if you've been dealing with the case for some period of time, you know some history of the case. Is that what you're saying? And do you recall at all when you looked at the file, do you recall seeing any handwriting by somebody, personal handwriting over the documents?
When I saw the file in Vista, there was handwriting on a number of documents in the file.
Okay. And did you know at the time whose handwriting it was, or?
No, and I don't know now whose handwriting it was.
It was Betty's. It was Betty correcting the court record by writing bullshit on the papers. And it's kind of my favorite. I think it's one of the most transparent moments for Betty of showing how she reconciles her actions with her own internal reality. So, the pages clearly have bullshit scrawled across it angrily, like she got a hold of the court record and wrote bullshit over the stuff she didn't agree with. Yet on the stands, you would almost think that she just went in with a little red pen and, corrected spelling errors, added ER to murder to make it murderer, just little, stet here, a little tighter here, incorrect participle. But no, it's just bullshit. And she's on the stand. Well, I corrected what I saw that was incorrect. I was just making corrections. I just made corrections to the record. I just saw things that were in there that weren't correct. I'm a teacher. I correct things. And yeah, the disconnect between a scrawled bullshit and that bullshit answer of, I was just correct. I couldn't help it. I saw, grammatical mistake like that was pure bullshit. So I wrote bullshit. But, grammatically it was bullshit too.
It was handwriting written over the typed documents, for example.
I think it was written over and in the margins both.
And in the margins. Oh, that's our Sarah coming in too. You could tell Sarah was mad. I think SKR was the one who pointed that out. But when she thought she had a legitimate chance with her letters, she follows the rules and stays in the margins. But when she's just pissed, fuck it, I'm using the entire paper. Rules aren't for me. I'm Sarah Boone. I'm writing in this margin and I'm writing right to the edge of the paper.
Do you recall during any of the hearings, and again, you may not recall because you haven't had the opportunity to read everything, but do you recall that there was at any point where Elizabeth Broderick objected to you handling the case?
Judge is really good about thinking about his answer instead of just...
I don't recall. The reason I'm taking so long is I'm trying to think back. She was represented by counsel at some of the hearings, and she represented herself at other hearings.
Would have loved to have seen some pro se Betty
And there was
family
some
law.
dialogue, at least at one of the hearings, about representing herself in what is a quasi-criminal proceeding. And I tried to explain her rights to her, and I believe she understood.
Big welcome to Michelle Fournier. Welcome to the chat. Glad to have you here. We're having a great time on a Sunday, and these are all of Betty's final witnesses before the case returns to the state rebuttal. So it's a nice full day. We've got, let's just throw a like here too. 109th like to Criminal Conversations rebroadcast of the court TV footage. We've already heard from Lucy PARADON. This is Judge Anthony Joseph. We've got Judge Joseph Howard, Officer William Sweeney, and Betty's friends. It reminds me of like the cartoons where it was like Scooby-Doo and friends. They don't even get a name, but know that there will be plenty of people today.
And it may have been at that time that some issue was raised, but I don't have a clear memory. I really do not remember.
Okay. Obviously, if there had been, when she was represented by counsel, if there had been a challenge filed against you, you would have been aware of that.
Oh, yes.
Nothing further.
Anything further, Mr. Irwin? Yes, when you say Mr. Broderick, you knew he was an attorney, you knew he was president of the bar, didn't you?
Yes, of course.
And you knew that also that he was on the committee that rates judges for elevations to other courts.
No,
You didn't know that,
I didn't know that. And I'm not sure that that's so.
did you know that the
Is that really the way it works? No, I like this, Judge. That's authentic testimony anyway.
president of the bar is also normally on the judges committee as to how procedures will be handled in court?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Of course.
And you knew that also that he was on the committee that rates judges for elevations to other courts?
No,
You didn't know that,
I didn't know that. And I'm not sure that that's so.
did you know that the president of the bar is also normally on the judges committee as to how procedures will be handled in court?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the fast track committee?
Yes, for
He
one.
was the chair of the fast track committee. Of course, I knew that. I was a member of that committee,
And you had worked with him,
along with many other people, yes.
yes. And you had also, he was a member of Inns of Court, in fact,
I believe he was.
and that's working with the judges, is that correct?
It's working with some judges, yes.
Oh, that's an interesting. So we've got
The,
outfit changes. This is my favorite outfit from the prosecutor. Kind of reminds me of God. Who was the co-star in *Romancing the Stone*? She kind of's got a little bit of a khaki and
And just your memory
Adventure
is
look.
that you saw the writing in Vista, you don't remember that when you first got the file.
My memory is I saw it when I had the file in Vista, and I don't remember it when I first saw the file. I believe that it was placed in the file somewhere between the juvenile court and Vista.
That's no further question.
Ms. Wells?
Well, I need a moment, Your Honor, based on those last questions.
All right.
Judge Joe.
Politically incorrect says, so we expect a Kappelman moment. I'm following for the first time this trial, so welcome aboard, Politically Incorrect from Lisbon, Portugal. We are 2/3 of the way through our coverage of this case, but all of it's available on replay. The live chat replay is Kathleen Turner's who I'm thinking of. Thank you, Victoria Carmen. She doesn't look like Kathleen Turner, but I think her look looks like something Kathleen Turner would have worn in *Romancing the Stone*. My favorite line in that movie of he chops off her heels because heels are no good for the jungle, and she's, those were Italian. Well, now they're practical.
Did you?
But so Politically Incorrect, we are 2/3 of the way through, but everything's available for the replay crew, including the live chat replays, which I highly recommend. Enable them because that will help you follow both my random chat as well as some great chats that are going on within the chat. So turn on your live chat if you're on the replay crew, and let's continue on with this trial.
Make any rulings with respect to the contempts in this case based on your knowledge and/or relationship with Dan Broderick? Is that what affected your decision on whether or not to hold Elizabeth Broderick in
Your Honor,
contempt?
objection is beyond the scope.
No, overruled, and asked that.
Absolutely not.
Did you not, in fact, tell Elizabeth Broderick during the course of one of the proceedings?
Your Honor, I object. This is beyond the scope.
This is proper. You went into his acquaintanceship, familiarity of Mr. Broderick.
I didn't even know there was a second movie to Romance in the Stone. But yeah, the first one was good. It was like an adventure movie, kind of like, an Indiana Jones movie, but without all of the pomp, circumstance, and expectations that come out of that. Like, it was just a fun movie. Eat popcorn, enjoy the movie, and always nice when those movies are better than you expect. It was just a fun romp.
In 1987, when he first came in the courtroom.
Well, then this is proper recross as to whether or not his familiarity affected his rulings. Go out. Go ahead.
Did I ask that question, Your Honor?
The inference can be made, Mr. Early. I'm going to allow the question. Go ahead.
Isn't it true that you, in fact,
Mr. Early is not happy.
specifically told Mrs. Broderick that you did not consider Mr. Broderick to be a friend on a social basis, that you did not have a special relationship with him, that you had seen him as well as other attorneys in San Diego County, and that one of the reasons that the case had come to you to begin with was that there had been challenges of other judges and that you felt that you could handle this case in an appropriate way?
Your Honor, objection, compound.
And I'll just address politically incorrect, says thank you. I was wondering if we would get a brutal questioning from the divorce lawyer. I'll go back and review everything as I need to take notes. And one thing I do recommend, the live is only, we've only got 6 days left. So if you see us live, join us live. You're not going to get any spoilers like, oh shit, now I can't enjoy day 3 because I already saw what happened on day 12. You can always go back and watch it in order to put it into context. But the live chat is here today and no longer live after this. You can read it, but you can't participate. So if you want to be part of the conversation and help shape the replay for everybody who watches afterwards, and you see us live, join us live. And if you can no longer join us live, by all means, go back and watch it in order. Chronologically is a great way to watch something as well, so I won't begrudge you that.
Did you not tell Mrs. Broderick that you don't think Mr. Broderick considers this court to be a friend of his on a social basis, and I don't consider Mr. Broderick to be a friend of mine on a social basis?
Yes.
And did you not tell her, I know of no special relationship between us. I have seen him as I have hundreds of other attorneys in San Diego.
I told her that.
Did you not tell her that one of the reasons that this case came to this court to begin with is I believe,
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to the leading nature of the
This is
question.
She's on cross. She's going to leave.
Well, Your Honor, there are case law that it appears that she's calling her as her own witness at this time.
No, this is, she's rebutting the inferences you brought up on your last series of questions. Go ahead.
So that's a perfect interaction for people in the chat. They were like, the judge is sleeping. He hasn't moved a muscle. He even, it's not like he leaned forward to finger point to Jack Early. But he's on it. All of his rulings are quick. He's got it all up here. So, as much as you can criticize his lack of movement, his involvement in the case is A to A+, I think.
one of the reasons that this case came to this court to begin with is I believe there had been challenges of other judges, and I felt that I could handle this case in a fair and appropriate way. Did you not tell her that?
Ms. Wells, I assume that you're reading from a transcript, and based thereon, I'm answering the questions yes.
Okay.
What I can tell you is I don't know right now that those are my exact words. I certainly said something that was very close to that if I didn't say those exact words.
Okay, and I think that's fair. If I could show you a transcript dated May 4th, 1988, the bottom of page 60 through the top of page 61, if you could just read that to yourself to see if that refreshes your recollection about what you told Mrs. Broderick.
Yes, I believe that's accurate.
And did you believe, Judge Joseph, that you could handle those hearings in a fair way, fair and
Absolutely.
appropriate way?
Yes.
Well, that's
Did you feel
interesting.
that you were in-
This is why I love the live chat. Elizabeth says Mr. Early strongly implied that Judge Joseph ruled because of different committees he was on, but is upset when asked if knowing Dan influenced his judgment. So a more contemporary example of that right now is the case going on in Kentucky with Judge Mullins. You might be familiar with it, but as Sarah Boone fans, it happened exactly when Sarah's case was just starting. So September of 2024, Judge Mullins was murdered in his chambers by Sheriff Mickey Steins. His deputy worked the courthouse. The reason I bring up this story is it's still going through trial, and right now the sheriff's lawyers asked for the judge to be recused because that judge served on committees with Judge Mullins. So it's a similar argument going right here, and it speaks to how tight the legal community is. That when you rise to a certain level, you only have so many peers, and almost as matter of fact, you're going to be conflicted out of some of the highest level judges because you're such a high level lawyer. So interesting problem to see being raised in this case, and thank you for bringing it up in the chat.
Influenced in any way, shape, or form by Dan Broderick in making your decision?
All objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Well, why did you hold Elizabeth Broderick in contempt?
Sustained.
Who's whistling?
Have you had other
Who the fuck
divorce
is
cases
whistling?
before you that
Somebody, I've heard that before and thought that's not whistling, but that was definitely okay. Let's all listen together. You're in the dead spot.
Sustained.
Have you had other divorce cases before you that
The last bit was a tune. The first couple could have just been like whistling, like, someone whistling through their teeth or something like that, not realizing it. There's a stealth whistler here at the courthouse.
involved attorneys, Judge Joseph?
Yes.
It's not uncommon for attorneys and even attorneys who are considered prominent attorneys in this community to
Yes, politically incorrect. So I hinted at it, but the Judge Mullins case, that's one I'm really interested in following. If we get real developments, like there's TV footage of it, that could very well be the next live case that I cover, because there's some fascinating footage that we can watch to kind of understand it. But the biggest thing is that there was a whole sex for drugs release racket going on in that county. Basically criminals that couldn't afford their house arrest bracelet, and they make you pay for the house arrest. So if you don't want to be in prison, but you're eligible for house arrest, you pay a couple $100 a month to have the bracelet and the monitoring and all of that. Anyway, what they were doing in this Lecter County was there was inmates that knew basically you could offer sex in exchange for getting your house arrest bracelet paid for. And there were deputies, there was this whole internal corruption. The reason why the footage of the sheriff shooting the judge in his chambers exists is because the camera got put in his chambers as a consequence of the shenanigans going on in the courthouse. In one interview, a woman who claimed she was assaulted mentioned that she saw video of it happening in Judge Mullins' courtroom, like saw the act in that room. So, and that was like from someone filming from a, whatever handheld, but they put the security camera in his office based off of that. So there's some suggestion that the sheriff may have been set up to take the fall, but regardless, it's an ugly, ugly case. And I hope it goes to trial, because there needs to be some sunshine there. There's some weird stuff happening in Kentucky. If you want the full story on that, because I'm obviously too busy to cover it at the moment, Hillbilly Crime is a channel. Her name's Elizabeth. We'll keep the Elizabeths going. Elizabeth runs that channel. She's from Western Kentucky, in the same county where it happened. So you have to watch her podcast for a little bit to kind of, because she's too close to it. So I think there's a sense where she's talking around the issues a little bit, because, you know, you don't want repercussions in your small county either. But you can tell she knows. You can tell her viewers know what's going on. And when that case goes live, oh shit, yeah, I want to watch her live coverage. I might have to stream her live if I go live, not to compete with her, but just to make sure I'm not missing out on any of the conversation, because her chatters know what's going on. They're the people from the county, plus people who are interested. Anyway, that's a big plug for Hillbilly Crime. If you want to know more about the Judge Mullen story, she does other stories too, but does long form podcasts on that. Personally, I'm a bit of a fast talker, so I listen to her on 1.5, and it sounds like she's not even talking fast to me. But if you prefer a slower cadence, she'll be right up your alley. If you prefer the fast talking style of Dan D, you might need to turn it up to a 1.5 to 1.75.
Through divorces, is that fair to say?
That's fair to say. A number of judges have been through divorces in this county.
And prominent businessmen have been through divorces in this county.
Yes.
I guess I have no further questions at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Early.
Sir, at the hearings that you just alluded to, where you made the statements to Mr. Broderick, you did make some statements that you were,
I believe Councilwoman spoke statements were to Mrs. Palmer.
I'm sorry, the statements that you made to Mr. Broderick, you did indicate when you made those statements that you were going to do something as a request of Mr. Broderick, did you not? Different than you had intended to?
Yes. Are you speaking of one specific hearing?
Well, that hearing in May.
Okay, so this will be evidence of an accommodation that he made for Dan Broderick for one hearing. So let's see how egregious this favor is going to be.
I believe that's the hearing. Yes, I think I did.
And did you,
That is Canadian, for she speaks with a bit of a Southern Kentucky drawl. It's great. I kind of enjoy it, but at the same time, if I'm, I see it's a 4-hour podcast or something she's done, I'm like, I can definitely speed this up. And yeah, even sped up, it sounds a little to me like a bit of a Southern drawl. So
at the time that you made the statement to Mrs. Broderick at that hearing, you'd received some communication from her, hadn't you?
I had before that hearing, yes.
Okay, and in some communications, she had talked about reporting you, making a report about what she thought was a gang rape and unethical conduct, hadn't she?
wow.
I don't think so. I have a copy of the letter that I'm thinking of with material from the Broderick case. I'd have to reread it. I think I would remember the phrase gang rape. And
She never made any complaints.
Caught my attention.
You don't remember her ever making complaints about you sitting on the case before that hearing?
I think she had expressed disagreement with my being on the case, yes. But I don't recall. Mr. Early, I have the letter that I'm thinking of. I don't know if it's the same letter you're thinking of. I could read it again. I'm sure that if she had indicated that she felt that she had been the victim of a gang rape, that I'd remember it, and I don't remember that.
Do you only remember receiving one letter from her? Is that
Yes, there was one letter that I remember very specifically receiving from her.
Okay, but are you saying that's the only letter?
So unlike Sarah, only one letter to the judge. One letter. Gotta try harder, Betty.
Or there were number, or
Right now, I don't recall other letters. Maybe there was more than one, but there's one letter that I do recall.
I have no further questions.
Please read the letter into the court record, I beg of you.
Thank you, Ms. Wells.
Not at this point, Your
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honor. The witness case was subject to recall.
All right, so just recall. Thank you.
Okay.
Call Judge Howard.
New judge. Judge Howard?
Raise your hand, sir. You do someone swear the testimony about to give the matter not before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Your Honor, the truth, and this is your witness stand?
Morning.
Can you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
William Joseph Howat Jr., Howatt.
Thank you.
Sir, what is your occupation?
Judge of the Superior Court, County of San Diego.
In 1988, were you assigned a trial of in re marriage of Daniel T. Broderick and Elizabeth Broderick?
No, it was in 1987.
1987, you were assigned?
In October of 1987, actually September of 87, I was appointed to the Superior Court from the Municipal Court in El Cajon. When I came to the court, I was given the file, the Broderick file, because Judge Joseph had just been transferred to Vista. So I was assigned the case in 1987.
And were you assigned it for all purposes?
That was my understanding, yes, and I dealt with it as such.
And at some point in time, were you aware that court file or portions
Second
of the
judge,
file were
another
missing?
one.
Yes, from the very outset.
So that's, another one to say, a judge is testifying. This is the second judge. So if we want to put this in perspective to our Sarah Boone lenses, this would be like Sarah calling Judge Jackson or Judge Dean in her criminal case. Your Honor, I think you'll really understand if I could have the judge who handled my family court matter take the stand, show how upset I was when I was in court. She knows.
Was the file reconstructed at any point?
Portions of the file were given to me at various parts during the time that I handled the case.
Did the
He looks to me a little like Ernie Coombs, Mr. Dressup. I'm going to see if I'm right on that.
the file that was missing, or the portions, were you able to ever locate that yourself?
Personally, no, but I was told, I don't remember whether it was at
I'd object to any yourself.
All right, it's the same.
Did you become aware sometime after November 5th, 1989, that the file had been found?
after November 5th, 1989.
After-
Yes, but not during the course of the trial.
Was parts of the file reconstructed?
Portions of what were purported to be the file were given to me at various points during the trial. For example, do you want me to explain?
Yes.
For example, when we were dealing with the issue of closing the courtroom to the press, letters were given to me that had been letters written by psychologists who had interviewed the children, which were part of the reason that I closed the hearing.
Those were part of the prior court file?
I assumed that they were part of the court file from the tenor of the letters, but they were given to me to read and consider. And I believe that they were given to me by Mr. Barry in the court proceedings so that I might consider them, along with my interview of the children.
Okay. At some point in time, did you receive other pleadings from Mr. Barry to assist in hearing the trial?
I can't recall any right now.
Do you remember receiving a letter from Mr. Barry informing you that he was giving you some pleadings for the purpose of the divorce, and that he would, if he located the lost file, would return it to you?
I remember you showing me such a letter, but I don't remember receiving such a letter.
So the first time that you remember seeing a letter from Mr. Barry as to finding the file was,
Yeah, I'm going to object to that.
The same.
you remember seeing the letter, is that correct?
You showed me a copy of the letter, yes.
And you did not, that's a letter that you never received?
I don't know whether I received it or not. I don't have a recollection of receiving it. Usually my practice is when I receive letters relating to a file is to mark them in the corner with two letters, RR, which stand for received and read, and my initials.
and at some point in time, was other pieces of the file reconstructed for you at all?
I'm not sure. I would say probably, because during the course of the trial, various things were presented to me. And I seem to have a recollection that Mr. Berry presented certain parts of the pleadings that related to the trial to me during the course of the trial.
Found a picture of me in 1987 when he was the family court judge.
I have one over here.
Certainly.
As long as we're mentioning how old we were in 1987, that I think is in 87. Might be in 80. Might be in 88. It's me and my Baba. Picture taken in Winnipeg, Manitoba.
Good morning, Judge Howard. You indicated that there were some letters that you recall receiving that dealt with the issue of whether or not.
See, that's a smart looking outfit. So it's not all one color. It's like a khaki skirt with more of a beige taupe top, and then a striking red belt to really, separate. And you can't tell because of my Mr. Dress Up picture. Let me get rid of Mr. Dress Up. Dress Up, goodbye. And that still isn't the best. I'm going to have to move the shot here so we can really focus on the outfit from the back for a second. That. So yeah, you see, it's a nice color palette. Like, they actually work well together. You could use those three colors to make a logo or to, design an Excel spreadsheet. Or it again adds to my impression that the prosecutor and the court reporter coordinate outfits before they come to court. Okay, you're wearing a red top. I'm going to wear a red accessory. Often they've been matching in blue, and Mary's been working. Mary is our favorite court reporter with the big glasses, and often Mary and her are, really matched. It seems like these two like to accessorize off of each other. But yeah, the darker khaki skirt with the light beige taupe blouse and striking red belt. I think that's the best look that Carrie Wells has brought to this courthouse. So, yeah, you get my props on that. Let's reset the frame. Judge in there. Yeah. Oh, there's ghetto blasters on the table too. Foreshadowing. I don't think that one's a MacGuffin. I think we're going to get some audio testimony as part of today. The ghetto blaster has not disappointed. When the AV has disappointed a little bit. There was that one day we looked at the TV all day, and it was just the prosecutor playing 30 seconds of Betty's testimony back to her. So that was a bit of a letdown, but the ghetto blaster's been good to us. Anyway, let's get back to the courthouse now that the fashion minute is over.
Hearing should be open or closed. I'm just going to show you what's been previously marked as People's 101, which is a series of 3 letters. If you could take a look at those.
Oh, color correction might be in order for you, Victoria. Or maybe it's me. I'm watching on a MacBook that's supposed to have it's a newer computer, so it should have. But that said, you're color correcting for the 90s, so who knows? But yeah, you may want to touch up your magenta in the CMYK mix on your screen.
Let us know if those are the letters that you're referring to.
Look at the Court TV logo for reference, if that shows up on your screen. No, I'll move it up a little bit. The Court TV logo at the bottom here is about the same color as her belt. So if that shows up as pink to you on your screens, you might want to do a little bit of color correcting. I'll leave that up for a few seconds before resetting.
They are from the people that I remember receiving letters from. Without reading them entirely, I couldn't tell you for sure. And it's been a couple of years anyway.
Hey, Carolina.
These are the people that I received or looked at letters from, which were Dr. Sparta, Dr. Roth, and this other person who I was not familiar with and still am not familiar with, Audrey Taryn Phillips.
And but do those letters deal with the subject area of whether or not having an open trial and having the information that was going to be going on in that trial would be harmful to the children?
Your Honor,
as a matter of public health?
Your Honor, I object to this area.
The best evidence letters speak for themselves.
It is your best recollection that those are the letters that you received, is that correct?
I received letters directed to the reader, the newspaper, the reader, from these people and considered them in making my determination to close the hearing.
Yeah, as much as Letitia Stout is coming up in the chat, and as much as I find her actions reprehensible, I think for justice system, it's a good appeal. The guilty people will be just as guilty in the retrials, but you need these checks and balances to prevent the system from being automatically against you. Like, if that doesn't get reversed, and let's say one of us is on trial for something we didn't do, and the jury's loaded with 2 or 3 people that have connections to the prosecutor, for justice, it was the right decision. And I think I'm not really interested in rewatching the evidence from that trial, like others have mentioned in the chat. I'll definitely keep aware of it, but yeah, I think she'll be just as guilty the second time around.
Are you saying that you can't identify those? If you could take the time simply to.
Sure.
I think the justice system working unfairly for guilty people is the better of the two. Better that a few guilty people get a second chance at a trial they're going to be just as guilty at, than that an innocent person doesn't get that chance. So it's the other side of the coin. You can't have a one-sided coin. If you're going to have a justice system that is based off of not convicting people wrongfully, you're going to be giving people who are guilty more credit than they deserve, just as a matter of course. I think that's the way it should be. And yeah, I think the guilty people will still be guilty second time around. It's a waste of money, it's a waste of resources, all of that, but it's still good for justice and keeps people honest. So it keeps the prosecutors from, hey, I know that guy. Nobody knows I know that guy, but I'm going to, try and get him on the jury because it'll help me. That's not going to work for you, and it's better not to even come close. So, it keeps the system on. It's just like body cams with cops. I think there were plenty of good cops before there were body cams. I think the fact that body cams exist makes it much easier to see good police work in action now. And those good cops are being rewarded for it instead of being, castigated for not being part of the team that's into the corruption. So, yeah, that's what I have to say about that. Oh, there's the outfit from the front too. Okay, so moving from justice to fashion again, but I think that's a great look for her. I think a lot of her outfits have been Lady Di evocative so far, and it's fine to pattern your styles after someone else, but this looks like something that she's comfortable in. I think she'd be just as comfortable going to the coffee house after court in this as opposed to some of her outfits that are really more to be seen than they are to be lived in. This is a good look. Of course, when I have longer bits of talk and I pause it, that's when there's a big pause in the audio. But court reporters hate a pause. Oh, one of the jurors is wearing a lovely pink sweater. So I reach forward for a Dixie cup off the stand. Charles Greaves still has the pinned comment because I'm pinning less comments to make it easier on people in chat to follow the chat. Victoria Carmen says, can you imagine this boys' club of attorneys and judges that love Dan versus Betty and her lost file? And that's a great thing to keep in mind because that this was the time, it was before Rodney King, before body cams, but still in a time where scrutiny was becoming more common. and some of these boys' clubs were starting to get uncovered, but at this time there was still a lot of comfort. And you have to know that the legal community was following the case. Like, it was already a big deal in the regional news, the divorce from 85, right up to the murders in 89. So, you know, the smoke-filled back rooms would have, hey, Dan, tough day in court today,
They
eh?
appear to be the letters that I considered, yes.
And there was an issue that was brought up during the course of the trial that you handled with respect to whether or not the hearing should be open. Is that correct?
No objection, be on the scope of direct.
Not sustained.
I'm not American either, politically incorrect, but her question, or his or her question, is it possible, if the appeal rules for a retrial, that that harsher sentences are on the table? And that, I feel like, is correct, because even in this trial, Betty Broderick, in her hung jury trial in 1990, had 10 jurors going for second-degree murder and 2 for manslaughter. This trial she's being held on first-degree murder charges. We have talked about the result a couple times, and now that we're getting closer to the end, I'll leave it as a spoiler for people who are watching live and not quite sure what the conviction was. But she is on trial for the first-degree murders of Dan and Linda Broderick, and she is still in jail. Her next parole hearing is 2032. She'll be 84 years old if she survives that long.
You handled the actual trial litigation, which occurred during December of 1988 through January of 1989, is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, was that a hearing in which evidence was presented to you?
I'm doing some multiple pauses here, but that's okay because it's all about the trial. Kitten Pusher is responding to the poll and says, my opinion of Betty changed towards negative. Not because of the state's case, because Betty fought on every small thing to the point of lying on the stand. She sunk herself. Kitten Pusher, I tend to be with you. I came into this mostly because I was more sympathetic to Betty than Sarah, and I thought this is an interesting case to see those arguments be argued by somebody with some claim to them. I'm still more sympathetic to Betty than Sarah, but I came in, pretty open to being convinced, and like you, Betty's testimony has not helped her. It really has painted her as shallow as she claims Dan is, and whether or not you give full credence to her claims, it's diminished her just watching some of the histrionic behavior. And that's a word I learned from the psychologist that diagnosed her with her histrionic personality disorder, among others, and testified in this trial yesterday.
Made your decision based on evidence and testimony of witnesses, is that correct?
That's correct.
It's a trial, the same thing that we're doing here, except for we don't have a jury, we have a judge who makes the decisions.
That's true.
So you're making a
Your
decision.
Honor, objections beyond the scope of direct.
Well, I think what she's getting to is whether or not the lost file had any effect on its decision, so go ahead.
Were you making your decisions therefore based on the evidence that was presented to you during the course of the trial as opposed to what might or might not have been in the trial?
Yes.
Yeah, and
When
that's
you
it,
handled
Mandy.
this trial in December.
And that's exactly it. So Mandy points out she was reading the transcript of the jury selection, and what a bonehead move by the prosecutor and judge. They knew the juror couldn't legally serve on the jury. And that's the keeping it honest part, because if they get away with that sort of thing, what keeps them from having a second cousin on the next jury? Or, I know so-and-so in the court reporter's office, I'll make sure the jury selections only go out to these neighborhoods. This kind of stuff needs to get called out for the very worst of us, so that the best of us don't get caught up in police corruption. So, and that's, somebody said something along those lines. I should give credit to that too. No, it can't take that much time. You said it.
1988. Were you a close personal friend of Dan Broderick?
Your Honor, objections beyond the scope of direct.
Sustained.
Okay, I have no further questions at this point.
Broderick, do you consider the pleadings, don't you, in your trial?
Normally not in a domestic case, because the issues are pretty straightforward. You know that there's going to be a division of the property. You know that there's
Mandy helped inspire the comment I just made.
going to be usually a question of the custody of the children. And so for the most part, I wasn't concerned with the pleadings because the nature of the property and extent of it would be presented during the course of the testimony, and was in fact done so.
So there's no need to supply any pleadings whatsoever.
It's a help to the court, sure.
Okay, and I take it that when you read, whatever pleadings you read are not erased from your memory. They're still there.
Well, I don't know. It's been a long time since then, and I've been handling other cases.
No, but what I'm saying is that obviously if you read something,
Objection leading room.
Oh, that's the proper area. Go ahead.
when you read something, that's something that's in your memory at the time that you're doing it.
If you mean, would I consider the pleadings in relationship to the course of the proceedings that I was hearing? Yes, certainly.
Okay, that's all I was asking. Thank you.
Recross?
Did you receive any letters from the defendant in the course of this trial? Do you recall?
I don't recall receiving any from Mrs. Broderick, no.
It's crazy that that's even a question. Like, I thought that Sarah was an originator, but Betty did send one letter to a judge, and they're asking about further letters. Neither of these judges received letters. And Victoria, Sarah not only went to trial for family court, but she wrote a series of letters to both her criminal court and family court judges about the unfair treatment she was receiving in the system.
Recall receiving any letters from her after the
No, I don't. She did present during the course of the trial a rather lengthy statement that, if I recall correctly, we made part of the proceedings, part of the record of the proceedings, because she felt awkward testifying.
Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Early?
No.
Witness be excused?
Yes.
Subject to your
Thank you very much.
All right, who's next? Officer William Sweeney. This witness break is brought to you by WD-40. WD-40, if you have it, the chairs won't squeak when you're broadcasting live for your second ever big trial. WD-40, the no squeak chair grease.
You do solemnly swear the testimony about to give and the matter not pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Officer, could you please have a seat in the witness stand?
Morning, sir. How are you?
Thanks.
And officer, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
William Scanlon Sweeney, S-W-E-E-N-E-Y.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, what is your
Police officer with Sandy Anderson,
and how long have you been self-employed?
about 9.5 years.
In February of 1986, were you, I take it you were so employed as a police officer?
Yes, sir.
And did you have a occasion to respond to a home on Cypress that belonged to a Mr. Daniel Broderick?
Yes.
Okay, and was that in relationship to an incident of where somebody had hit his front door with their vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the person here at the end of the council table?
Yes, sir.
And did you see?
This was the officer who attended the scene when Betty bumped the front door with her car. Bumped is Betty's word. Her psychologist used a different word. Wasn't bumped, but definitely wasn't smashed either. There was two minimized words. Can't remember. Betty's was definitely I bumped the front door.
You were there that day.
Yes, sir.
When you, did you have an opportunity to talk to some people who?
This guy looks like an FBI undercover cop guy. Excuse me, sir. I'm just a normal citizen conducting my business.
Were present at the time that Betty Broderick was there?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to talk to a daughter of hers, Lee Broderick?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and At the time that you talked to her, did
Thank
she make
you,
any
Debs.
statements in regards to a knife?
Yes.
Her psychologist said bang the front door. Still not a smashed or ran the car into sort of situation. I don't understand. Politically Incorrect is asking about the Diane Downs parole hearing. I haven't seen that. I know I've seen some coverage of the Diane Downs stuff. For whatever reason, like, she's not too far from me. She's just down in Washington State, which is just south of my location here in British Columbia. But I just didn't find Diane Downs as compelling as some other crazy criminals. She's compelling, but not as compelling.
Overruled, you can answer that. Yeah, well, the answer stands.
Okay. And what did she say about the knife?
She said that her mother had made the statement that she wanted to go out to the car and, I believe, kill herself with a knife.
Did you find a knife in the car?
Yes.
Did you did you talk to Mrs. Broderick?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you describe her at that time?
She was somewhat angry and seemed depressed.
Now, you wrote a report in this, is that correct?
Excuse me?
You wrote a report in this matter, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. Was there, did she appear to be upset or angry to you?
Objection has to be.
Oh, sustained.
Is angry the only description that you feel is an accurate one?
Objection has to be.
Well, no, if you can answer that, go ahead. You said angry and depressed. Go ahead. Any other emotions you noted, officer, you recall?
Not that I recall.
Did you write a description in your police report in regards to how she appeared to you to be at the time?
Yes.
I'd like to.
Kind of looks like, and this is maybe a Canadian reference, so I'll definitely get a picture for you, but it looks like a bit of a hockey player from the 70s. He doesn't have the great stash of Lanny McDonald, but he has the facial features, so I'll try and bring up his. But I think there's a second hockey player that has this look as well.
Show them the report. Do you have that? Thank you. If you could read page 4, the
Just read it to yourself, officer.
second paragraph.
Got it.
Have you read that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection as to how you remember her?
Yes, sir.
And how was that?
Very upset and depressed.
Now, at the time that you, were you aware of another home on Coral Reef?
Later on, Mr. Broderick mentioned that.
Now, did Mr. Broderick tell you whether he had been to Coral Reef?
Yes, he did.
And had he?
He told me he had, yeah, after I got back from,
Did you go to Coral Reef at all?
no, I didn't.
Did you ever receive a gas can?
No.
Were you ever told about a gas receipt?
Yes.
Did you ever receive a gas receipt?
No.
The Did you take Elizabeth Broderick somewhere?
Yes.
And did you return to the residence?
Yes.
And when you turned to the residence, who was present?
Best of my recollection, Daniel Broderick. I think some of the family members are there, and I believe his then fiance was there.
Did you know that that person was the fiance?
Sustained.
I have no further questions.
Cross down.
When you first arrived at the residence, officer, where was Elizabeth Broderick at the time? Do you recall?
She was standing off to the side of a car that was in front of the front door of the house.
And was it obvious to you at the time that you got there that there had been some significant vandalism to the house?
Yes.
In fact, you ended up arresting her for felony vandalism, is that correct?
Well, I took her to CMH. I did a notify warrant later for the vandalism.
Okay. And there was information you received from Lee, her daughter, about her mother having a knife. Is that correct? That's where that information came from?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you find the knife?
It was on the, can I refer to my report?
Sure.
I found the knife in the driver's floorboard of the car.
Do you know how long she had been standing there near the car before you arrived?
A weird place for a knife.
No, I don't.
Now, obviously, she had made no attempt, as far as you were aware, to do anything to herself with that knife before you arrived. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you indicated that she appeared angry to you. Isn't it true that when you took her down to CMH during the entire drive, she was very angry during that drive?
She is upset, yes.
And she was complaining. Have you described her complaining like a whining kid?
That would be
It sounds like her.
an accurate description.
And while she was complaining to you during the car ride down to CMA, she wasn't crying, she wasn't sobbing, she was simply making.
Your Honor, may we approach the bench?
If you have an objection, just make it.
Well, my objection, Your Honor, is I was not supplied with any discovery or any notes.
Assume is this in his report?
No, that is not in his report.
Come on up.
Come on up.
I asked you, officer, about taking the defendant to CMH. Can you tell us
Another
what
great
CMH
example.
stands for?
County mental health.
The judge,
And that was in lieu
he
of
knew what was
taking her
going
to
on.
Jail, which was an option. Is that
And briefly, good for the cameraman, caught a rare moment of him working on the bench, because he's almost always just absorbing every single word that's said and ready to respond in the moment. This might be him documenting what came out of the sidebar that we didn't have to sit through because we're watching it in time travel time.
correct?
Well, after certain things are brought to your attention, that was no longer an option.
And basically, is it fair to say, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that if, in any sort of situation as a police officer, when you contact someone, if there are threats of suicide, then you are instructed that to be on the safe side, you should take them to CMH as opposed to jail?
That would be one factor, yes.
Also, when there are indications that the person may be a danger to others, and you are not necessarily going to put them in custody, is that another thing that you take into consideration as far as whether or not to take them to CMH?
Yes.
And you did have a conversation with Elizabeth Broderick, where you asked her about the fact of whether she knew that there was a restraining order.
Get a shot of his feathered hair.
Yes.
And she indicated to you, when you asked her, did you drive your car into the house?
I have to say, Mary's a lot quieter than this court reporter. She has her loud days. I don't know, the mics are just sometimes directed towards her or not, but I've never heard Mary clacking away like that.
Her answer was, sure did, correct?
Yes.
And when you asked her why did she do it, her answer was because he refused to talk to me. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it also true that when you were first there at the house, not after you returned, it was when you were first there that Mr. Broderick told you that she had threatened to go and burn the house at Coral Reef? At that point, he was not aware whether she had or not, that she had indicated a threat to do that, correct?
I refer to this.
Sure. I can direct your attention to page 4.
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Redirect?
Yes, the questions you referred to, what you were told is that she had threatened to commit suicide in the past and had threatened to burn down Coral Reef in the past.
My report says that he told me that she had threatened suicide in the past and said she was going to burn the house down on Coral Reef.
In the past or that day?
As my report reads, I really can't recall what was meant.
Okay. I have no clue.
Recounts.
Your report reads that she had threatened suicide in the past and that she was going to burn down the house on 5555 Coral Reef, correct?
Yes,
And he also told you that she had threatened to harm him several times.
yes.
I've never done.
Mr. Early?
And also, he said he wanted her committed.
Yes.
I'm sorry, was there an answer?
Yes.
That's it, Mr. Early?
Yes.
He said that he felt she needed help, didn't he?
He also said that. He said that he felt she should be committed.
That's correct.
Mr. Early? Witness be excused. Thank you very much, officer.
All right, that's William Sweeney. This is not.
Ma'am,
Pause here.
You know,
Jumped her up on the stand. Oh, this is just listed as Betty's friends. Okay, well, we'll take down the Chiron until I'm not going to make you look like Lonnie McDonald. Also take off the text until we know who you are. Who are you? Who? Tell me, who are you? All we know is this is a friend of Betty's. He doesn't look like a live-in housekeeper. I can tell that right off the bat.
Betty Broderick here at the end of council table.
Yes, I do.
And approximately when did you meet her?
In 1987.
We didn't get her name, eh? Court TV still finding their feet.
When did you meet her?
In 1987.
And could you describe are you a friend of hers, an acquaintance? How would you describe your relationship with her?
A good personal friend, I believe.
And how often would you see Betty in the course of a week? If you can give us an estimate.
We would be together 2-3 times a week on average.
And what kind of things would you do together?
Mostly, we walked down at the beach, one of the beaches or other, just to get exercise and to talk.
Did what time of the day would you usually go to these walks on the beach?
Early in the morning, like 6:30 something.
In 1989, were you aware of whether Elizabeth Broderick was trying to get custody of her children?
Yes, she was.
And did you see her at all in the summer of 1989?
I saw her a lot, yes.
Now, during the summer when she was trying to get custody of the children, how would you describe her? How was she doing?
In 1989, she was excited about
Good
the
night, another one to
possibility of having
say.
the children with her and wanting to have this all accomplished during the summer so they would be.
I appreciate you leaving the stream on too, both as a easy way to get to sleep, and it does help. If you're going to sleep and you don't mind listening to Dan D on the way there, throw on a live podcast, and it's going to help my average view duration. I know it helps SKR. I get a lot of sleep listening to him, and it's great because his are long enough that you can, I'll just skip ahead 5 hours and listen to the middle part now and fall asleep too.
Settled by the time school started.
Okay, now before the summer of '89, had she been different? Would you describe her different before the summer of '89?
Yes, before the trial, very different because things really weren't going well, and she was depressed and upset, lonely.
Would you see Betty with her children?
Yes, I did.
And how was she when she was around the children?
Absolutely beautiful. Just they loved her, she loved them, and I could tell that it was they were just very much cared about each other and wanted to be with each other. Was happy. They were happy together.
Now, sometime after the summer of 1989, did there come a time where there were some problems in the hearings on getting her children back?
The
I know who I think this is.
What rules? You can answer that, just yes or
You
no.
guys can tell me if I'm correct.
Would you ask me that again, please?
Did you become aware of some problems in proceeding with some hearings on getting her children back?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you see a change in her at that time?
Yes. Her anxiety level was very high, and she was wondering again, is summer going to be all over, and still no resolution on this matter.
The did you receive on November 5th? Did you become aware of the problems Mrs. Broderick was in? Become aware of an event involved the shooting?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did you become aware of that?
A phone call very early in the morning.
Okay. Approximately what time?
I didn't look at the clock, but I was still in bed, asleep. It had to be before 7, I'm sure.
Is that a fire alarm? I think it's a fire alarm. The photo I've got up there is Jessica Walter, who appeared as Archer's mom in the cartoon Archer, in addition to a extensive IMDb history.
And who did you receive the call from?
From Diane Black.
And after you received the call, what was the next thing you did?
She had given me a telephone number where Betty was, and I wrote that number down, and then I called Betty at that number.
Okay. And did you talk to her?
Yes, I did.
How would you describe her emotional state over the phone at that time?
She was absolutely distraught and devastated. She was crying, and she didn't know what to do, and asked me, what she should do, and I was totally devastated too. I didn't really have an answer for her or to try to help her at that moment.
What did she say? Did she say anything to you about being involved in a shooting or shooting a gun?
She did.
And what did she tell you?
She said that she had been over to Dan Broderick's house, and that she had fired a weapon, but she didn't know if she'd hit him or not.
And did she ask you anything? Ask you any advice?
She did, like what she should do or anything like that.
Is there anything that you tried to do?
I just tried to comfort her and to, tell her that I would come over to the phone booth where she was, just to be with her and to please stay there until I got there.
What did you do in regards to trying to find out where she was?
I asked her where she was and if there were some landmarks. She said it's just near a phone booth at a gas station just off the freeway. And she told me about where the exit was on the freeway, and she identified I think a Coco's restaurant, which was across the street, and at the moment, that's all I can recall of the identifying things, but from what she told me, I was able to find it.
Why was the reason you needed identification of things around there?
Because I wasn't sure which gas station it might be or where exactly. She was kind of disoriented, and I needed to know kind of where she was because it was
Back in those days, every gas station had a payphone.
driving over to meet her.
Was she able to give you any streets?
I think she told me the exit off the freeway, but I can't remember what that exit was right now.
How long did you talk to her on the phone?
Oh, I don't think it was 5 minutes, maybe 3 minutes or something.
And what happened at that time? Was there a reason that you discontinued the conversation?
Yes, she was wondering what to do, and we were talking, and I didn't have.
You have not missed Dr. Detz.
At that time.
Carolina Hurtado, with a little foreshadowing, is asking, did I miss Dr. Detz? Did I? Quick question. Sorry I came late. Thank you so much. No, you have not. Dr. Park Detz is listed as the final witness in the state rebuttal case, which means according to my schedule, that will be on the 29th of April. When is that? Today's the 26th. 29th is soon. Tomorrow is not the 29th. The next day, 3 days from now, it'll be Dr. Park Debts. Tomorrow is the final date. So there's more defense case than this. This isn't the final. This is the final flurry of witnesses from the defense. We're splitting tomorrow into 2 days. Yeah, Wednesday, Dr. Debts. All day. It's a 6-hour stream. It's 4 hours of video. And we'll be starting at 2 p.m. California Chino time and going into the evening.
What to do? And she said, I know, I'll go to Lily's. That's her daughter.
No, politically incorrect. You talk about anything you're interested in this chat. So I'm not talking a whole lot about Letitia Stouch on the stream, because for the people who are on replay, mostly, hopefully, are interested in this. And I know I have a lot of Sarah Boone fans coming in. So those are the two that I generally will talk about during the stream. But the chat should be about all current events. So by all means, talk about what's going on, list other creators that are covering it, post links, anything that helps further the conversation. I don't want this to be a place where people are shy about talking about other creators or their work. If it's conducive to the conversation, if it helps illuminate a point, by all means, post the link in the chat. If there's abuse, if people are just posting links, as a self-promotion that aren't part of it, we can take care of that as mods after the fact. But initially, we'll assume that, and I'll assume any links that are being posted are because it's something that might help, hey, after this video, go watch this, because it's pretty interesting about what we're talking about. Go ahead. This is an open chat, open community, and more conversations, the better.
What did you do after? Did she hang up as soon as she said that?
Yes, she did. I said, I'll be over to see you. Stay at this.
And Victoria brings me back, just as I was saying, that I'll mention about Sarah Boone in the feeds. Isn't this crazy how many of Betty's friends, we've still got a whole day of testimony. Sarah's friends' testimony took all of no time at all, right? There's not a single person from Sarah's past life that was willing to testify for her, just the people she met post-crime. So that's a key difference of, despite Betty's crimes, she still had people who were willing to say, I knew her before, I'm willing to speak for her now, knowing what she did. So it's a bit of a testament to one of the key differences between these two criminals, who are both in prison for second-degree murder, but widely different circumstances, strangely similar defenses.
Station at the station where you are, and I'll come over to be with you. And then we hung up, and I knew she was going to call Lily, so I got dressed real quickly and dashed over there.
And you dashed over to where?
To the phone booth where she had said she was.
Was she there?
No, she wasn't.
Now, what did you do after you drove to the phone booth?
I wondered, where she might have gone. So I went by her condominium, which she was just moving into, and she wasn't there. Her car wasn't there. So then I went to her home, and her car wasn't there either. She wasn't there.
And when you went to her home, did you do anything at that time?
Yes, I went up to the door to see if anyone else was there.
Okay. Was there somebody there?
The boys were there, Rhett and Danny.
Did you know where Lee lived at that time?
I did not. No, I didn't even have her phone number.
Okay. Were you able to get the phone number?
I didn't get the phone number, but I asked the boys if they knew Lee's telephone number. And I think it was Rhett, went and dialed the telephone and called her on the phone.
Did you talk to Lee on the phone at that time?
Yes, just briefly.
And did you talk to Betty?
Yes, I did.
And what was the conversation at that time?
The conversation was that it was a little bit difficult to talk with the boys around, but at the time I was talking with her, a neighbor came, and so the boys were talking with them. And I'm not sure if that's the moment we talked about. I suggested that it would be good if she maybe were to turn herself in. And to please let me know if she decided to do this. And maybe I could help find an attorney who was available on Sunday who would be willing to help her in that process.
Did you attempt to locate an attorney for it?
Yes, I did.
And did you know whether Mr. Broderick had been shot or was dead at that time?
I did not.
Did she ask you to get anything from her house at that time?
No, nothing.
Did you take anything out of the house?
No.
Okay. Where did you go after talking to her on the phone?
I asked her to please call me at home and that I was going home, and I went home after talking with her.
Okay. Did you call the police at all at that time?
No.
Were you told to call the police or not to call the police by anybody?
No.
Did you receive a call at your house?
Yes, I did.
And you remember what time that was?
Oh, I don't remember. I could guess maybe about 9:30, but it's simply a guess. I really don't know. Time went so fast.
Who was calling at that time?
Betty.
And what was her mood at that time?
She had decided to turn herself in, and wanted not to do it alone. No,
Okay.
She was afraid, and she was distraught.
Did you agree to meet her?
Yes.
And where did you meet?
We met at a parking lot at University Town Center.
And who was there?
She was in a car with Jason, it was Lily's boyfriend, and Lily, and Diane Black was there.
Lily is Lee for the uninitiated.
And was there a discussion about getting legal papers from her house?
There was, but I don't remember where that came from or who suggested it. I don't have a recollection on that.
Okay.
But I know there was a discussion of that.
Did Elizabeth Broderick, did she fill out any paperwork that you witnessed?
In the car?
Yes.
Yes.
And what was that?
That was a holographic will written on a piece, as I recall, yellow paper to give to Lily.
A holographic will?
Was there, at some point in time, was a lawyer contacted?
Yes.
And do you know who called to try to get a hold of the lawyer?
Well, I did, and a friend of mine did. And we finally located an attorney who was willing to meet with her and help her in the process of turning herself in. And I made a phone call at the little place where we were and introduced Betty to this attorney, and they made arrangements for us to meet him at his office.
I have no further questions, Joe.
We'll take the recess before we cross. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our morning recess at this time. Please remember the admonition. We'll be in recess until 5 minutes after 11.
I wonder what the purpose of that testimony was.
Good morning, Ms. Brown. This incident occurred on November the 5th of 1989. Do you recall that just a couple of days afterwards that a police detective attempted to talk to you and take a statement from you, and you refused to talk to the detective and give him any information?
That's probably true, yes.
And several other attempts were made by investigators after that point in time to get some information from you or find out what you knew about what occurred on November the 5th, and you refused to give any information.
I believe that's true.
And obviously, any information that you would have had at that time about any of the specific things that Elizabeth Broderick told you that morning would have been much fresher in your memory at the time, correct?
Probably. I don't know.
I'm sorry, I can't, maybe, I didn't hear your answer, but I don't think maybe the microphone needs to be.
Got the answer read back?
Or shall I repeat the question?
Either way.
It's obvious that if you had talked to someone back then.
Hey, Emma
when
Gatewood,
you
good
were
to see you.
contacted, that you might have been able to remember more details about what was said to you on the morning of November the 5th.
It's possible.
You indicated that you first met Elizabeth Broderick in 1987.
That is a great point, and this has nothing to do with nothing, but who is saying it that still has a landline and won't get rid of it? He just said it. Doesn't matter. I'll say my bit about this. Well, Victoria says, yeah, you don't. A real landline works when you lose power. Exactly. A power outage didn't mean your phone was out. And I remember it was kind of funny because at my work, they made a big deal about, we have to install an emergency landline. You can't just depend on cell phone lines. And the first power outage we had, I was like, oh, well, these phones are useless because they all require power to work. They've got the electronic functions, the voicemail, but pretty much any landline phone you buy now needs to have secondary power. Before, just being plugged in, well, and still, if you have a landline connection in your house, there is some power that comes through that socket, but it's on a whole different grid than the electric grid. So think about it like circuit breakers in your house. If you run too much on a circuit, you'll trip that breaker and the rest of the house works. Just like that, the phone system is using very little electricity comparatively, so the power company can snap off the circuit breaker to your grid, and you're still getting landline. So whenever the power went off, the first thing you did was call, when's the power coming back on? And you could call to find out when the power is coming back on. Nowadays, well, and that's what we learned real quickly. We depend on the cell phones. So while we do have a landline still installed at work, for just there's lots of reasons someone's cell phone could just die and not work, so that it's a backup for cell phones now rather than being the emergency phone. But yeah, in a true emergency, we're using our cell phones, we realized, because that's going to have residual power. That's going to let you check the internet to see if it's a local or if it's a regional issue and all that kind of stuff. But interesting little thing to pick up here in time travel court. Some people are hanging on to their landlines and loving it.
That time she'd already been separated from her husband for over 2 years.
Kentusukuroi, it has been a long month. You're telling me. The marathon took longer than I expected. This is a 21-day marathon that I'm stretching into 28 days. So it is a long month. I'm with you. And this isn't even like a 31-day month, I think. Or is it? January, February, March, April. Yeah, it's not 30. You know the knuckle trick? Where you can start with a January and every divot is a month that doesn't have 31 days. And every knuckle is one that does, so it gets you the July and August in the middle. Little tricks that you learn when you're smart, but not that smart.
I believe so, yes.
You met her at a HALT meeting?
I believe that was the first time I met her, yes.
Okay, well, can you describe for us what HALT is?
It is a...
Not looking for apologies, though, Kentusukuroi. I signed up for this. This is my... But when I hear about it being a long month, I'm like, oh, I hear you, sister. I'm with you. It has been a long month. But I'm really glad with the way it's gone. I think shortening a couple of days into the half streams were the perfect thing. Doing a little getaway to Osoyoos, BC. I'll run a little loop. But that was a perfect little reset. So I'm energized for the end of this marathon now.
Legal Reform National Movement headquartered in Washington.
And you have periodic meetings here in San Diego? Do you have monthly meetings or what?
We did have. The chapter is not in existence anymore. It's in a different form right now.
Okay, how many people were in the chapter at the time when you met Elizabeth?
Oh, we had a fairly large mailing list. Do you mean the members or the people who attended meetings?
The people who attended meetings.
Not very large.
And Elizabeth Broderick was fairly active at those meetings, wasn't she, sharing her feelings about what she felt about the legal system?
She was there a few times. I would hesitate to guess how many meetings she attended, but she did attend some, yes.
Okay, and was she not fairly vocal about her feelings at those meetings?
She was explaining her situation, yes.
Well, she wasn't shy about it. She didn't just sit there and keep quiet. She was sharing her feelings with the rest of the group and asking for support from the group. And in fact, the group went to one of the contempt hearings. Is that not correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you sat in through numerous hearings or several of the court hearings with her as a support person?
I did, yes.
You sat through the entire trial with her as a support person.
Yes, I did.
Now, when you met her in 1987 through the HALT group, did you immediately become a close friend of hers, or was there a period of time before you became actual friends?
I think we became friends almost immediately. She, I had a great deal of sympathy for where she was.
Now, was there a particular reason that you were involved in this HALT group? Had you been involved in a bad divorce?
My involvement with HALT had nothing to do with my divorce. As a matter of fact, HALT had, I don't know what they're doing today, but at that time, family law was not one of the areas that they were involved in.
And you indicated that you walked on the beach commonly with Elizabeth Broderick in the morning, is that correct?
Yes,
When you say that, what do you mean? A couple of times a week, a couple of times a month?
2 or 3 times a week on average.
And do you live in La Jolla yourself?
Yes.
How far away from Elizabeth Broderick did you live?
Not 5 minutes, maybe 5 minutes, depending on the traffic lights.
Driving distance as opposed to walking distance, is that what you're saying? Okay, and where would you meet if you were going to walk on the beach?
Usually she would pick me up where I live, and we'd go together in one car.
And what time in the morning would you do this?
I believe 6:30 in the morning.
So was that sort of that was a standard sort of thing? That it
Yes.
would be about 6:30 and she'd come by and she'd pick you up and then together you'd go walk on the beach?
Right. It was very
And-
refreshing, good exercise, and
And you were also there during those walks, obviously, to be a friend, to listen to what she had to say, and to listen to her troubles.
absolutely, I sympathize with her very much.
And you were a very supportive friend. She had you there to talk to a lot about her problems, correct? And on the morning of November the 5th, she did not call you that morning about walking on the beach or call you to talk about anything, correct?
No.
She hadn't called you at any time on Saturday to talk about any of her problems either?
No.
And she hadn't called you on Friday, the day before, Friday the 3rd, to talk to you about any of her problems? When was the last time that you actually saw Elizabeth Broderick before November the 3rd, excuse me, 5th?
I don't remember the exact date, but it was before she and Brad went on their trip to Mexico.
You indicated that you saw her with her children and you did not believe that there were any problems whatsoever in her relationship with her children. Did you not see any problems between her and her daughter Lee?
I wasn't looking for problems, but I have been through the teen years, and I know some of the ups and downs of parents and children and mothers and daughters. I just, I saw a fundamental, basic, loving and caring relationship both ways.
Were you there at any times when she had arguments with Lee and kicked Lee out of the house?
No.
Were you there at any times when you heard her use bad language towards Lee, call her bad names?
No,
You never heard any of those
no,
conversations?
I was never in the.
Did you ever see any writings that she made towards Lee and their disagreements?
No, I don't believe so.
Now, you indicated that she talked to you at least a little bit during the summer of 1989. Did she talk to you about the fact that she was represented by an attorney at that time, Walter Mon?
Yes, I knew she had tried to get the custody situation settled.
Did she make any statements to you about the fact that he was optimistic about getting children and she felt optimistic about it?
What time period? 89 you're talking about?
Yes.
I think when it first started, she was very optimistic and she was very hopeful that it could be accomplished during the summer months so that the children could be in a stable environment when school started. That was always her what she wanted to do.
So this is kind of key testimony, depending on how much weight you put on it, but it does present a scenario where Betty was at least willing, okay, well, if I get my half and I'll move on, I'll take my $750,000 in assets, I'll take my, $60,000 a month in alimony, which is probably, closer to what she assumed she'd be getting. And if there's a world where she's able to get this without a fight, maybe nothing else that happens. This may be one of the strongest arguments. I was wondering what the purpose of the testimony was. It's funny that it's coming out. Is this on cross?
Wasn't she also optimistic about it in October, for example, shortly before she took her trip to Acapulco with Brad Wright?
No, I don't think so, because school.
Her trip to Acapulco with Brad Wright. Just a close friend, not her boyfriend, according to Betty. Which is, again, more Betty testimony that her boyfriend was already brought up as the boyfriend and testified for the state. And then Betty gets up there and is, all coquettish about, well, he's just a good friend. He's there for me. You all want to assume that we're having sex. I'm a good Catholic girl. I don't do that.
Started in September, and it had not been resolved at that point. I don't think she was really devastated, because I think being a former teacher, changing schools
Excuse
in the
me,
middle
I
of
know
the year.
you've
is-
answered my question.
Yeah.
Did she show you any letters or any documents at that time that suggested anything about not getting the children?
I don't believe I saw any documents, but the fact is she wanted them before school started. She wanted that settled, and it wasn't settled even at that time.
Now, on November the 5th, the morning of November the 5th, when you received the phone call from Diane Black first, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was at about 7 o'clock?
When I received the call from Diane, I think it was before 7, but I don't have a recollection of that time. It was early in the morning. I
Were
was
you-
still asleep.
You were still asleep. You were still in bed when you received the phone
Still
call?
asleep.
And what exactly did Diane Black tell you?
I don't remember exactly what she told me, except that she had had a call from Betty, and that a tragedy had happened. Betty was at a phone booth. She gave me the telephone number and wanted me to call her there.
Okay. She didn't give you any more details about
I don't
what had happened?
remember that there were any more details on that particular phone call.
Did you, when you say that a tragedy had happened, did you ask her, well, what are you talking about? Did she get in a car accident? Did her children get hurt? I mean, you didn't have any more details about what she was referring to?
I don't know if she mentioned at that time that Betty had gone to Dad's house. I don't know.
Okay, well,
But I did know that Betty was very upset and very didn't know what to do.
My question, though, to you is, when Diane Black was talking to you originally, before you called the defendant, didn't she give you some information of the nature of the tragedy, that there had been a shooting, that people might have been hurt? Or did you just have some vague idea?
She didn't tell me very much, because the conversation was brief, because she wanted to make other phone calls and wanted me to contact Betty and, to talk with her and see if I could get over there to talk with her.
Did you have any idea that it involved a shooting at that time, though, before you called back Elizabeth Broderick?
I may have at that time. I don't recall right now. I may have. I don't recall.
When you called her, you got in touch with her there at this phone booth in Claremont, correct?
Right.
And she answered the phone immediately. I mean, she was waiting there by the phone.
Yes, she answered them.
And you indicated that she told you that she had been over to the house and had fired a weapon, correct?
That's right.
Okay, now tell me, how did the conversation start? You said, "Hi, Betty, this is Ronnie." What was the next thing that was said?
I don't recall exactly what was said, but what's wrong or something, and she said that she had been over, I think, to dance and had fired a weapon. She didn't know if she hit anybody or not, and she was crying. She was disoriented, just
Did you
totally
ask?
beside herself with not knowing what to do.
Did you ask her for any more details about the shooting?
At
About
that
how
time,
she had shot them, or how many?
I didn't interrogate her at all. She wanted to be. She didn't want to be alone. She didn't know what to do, and she asked me if I knew what to do, and I didn't. I was
Got
totally
the name.
devastated.
Okay.
By what?
When you indicated that you were totally devastated, it was obviously clear to you that something very serious had happened that involved the possible shooting of two people, correct?
That a weapon had been fired. Yes, I was aware of that, and I thought that was a very serious thing.
And at no point that morning, after talking to Elizabeth Broderick, or after talking to Diane Black, or after waiting at your home while she went over to Lee's house, you never called the police, did you?
No.
Now, you indicated that she gave you directions on how to get over there to the Claremont phone booth, correct?
She did. Yes.
Now, whose idea was it for you to go to the Claremont phone
It was
booth?
my idea.
And
I've added eventually
You
to the
told her,
tagline.
I'll come over there to where you are, give me directions how to get there, and she gave you the directions of how to get there.
Right, she did.
And then you left shortly thereafter, correct?
Kintu Sukuroi asks a great question, and it's a good time for me to bring it up. I don't like to oversell it, but no, there's no super chats available to send. At this point, I've only enabled memberships and gift memberships. And part of the reason for that is, as far as it matters to me, I get the same whether it's a membership or a super chat. So I really love if anyone wants to super chat, give gift memberships, whether it's one gift membership to whatever you felt like giving as a super chat. And for a lot of people that maybe subscribed to the channel in the early days when I was just doing shorts and have no idea I'm doing live streams, whatever the reason that some people, subscribe and stop watching, if they get a membership, notification, hey, you got gifted a membership by XYZ, they're more likely to come back, check out the channel. Hopefully, if I've grown a lot since somebody first signed up, they're like, wow, look what Dan's doing. Okay, I'm going to start watching the content again. So at this point, I'm not enabling super chats, especially because I can keep up with the chat. So if there's something you think is worth me saying, say it, and, even put, please mention or something like that. And I'll say it for free. You don't need to pay for it. And that applies to members, subscribers, chatters. It doesn't matter your level. But and there's a free membership from LZB as I'm talking about it. Yeah, if it ever gets to the point where the chat does get too busy and, super chat's the only way to get a chat up to, my attention, maybe then I'll enable it. But at this point, we're a close enough family. I don't need super chats in order to see ya. So, because LZB has given a gift membership to Yeps What, anything LZB feels like would be super chat worthy, she can put SC in capital letters with a star and then put it, and I'll read it. And that's the way I do things here. So thank you for asking, Kentu Sukuroi. I do like to explain that, and I don't like to oversell any of the membership options. At this point, I'm doing this just out of the love of the game. So getting a monetary investment encourages me to continue investing in myself, but it's not a necessity. So I don't want anyone going above and beyond. Just keep it right at the regular level, the one level, the only level. No above and beyond, please. Thank you very much, and we'll continue.
As soon as, yes, she talked about what'll I do, and she said, oh, I know, I'll call Lee. And then she hung up, as I recall, and I got dressed and got in my car and drove over to the phone booth.
Oh, and thank you, LCB. So we're getting multiple pets on the community page. That's awesome. When this is done, I'll take all the pet photos that get posted, cats, dogs, birds, rats. We'll keep them separated. Nobody will attack each other. It sounds almost like what that boy ate to swallow the spider that ate the fly. But yeah, if you want to post any of your pics to the community page, I'll post a link to my community page so you can do it, and then we'll do a fun pet montage to open up one of the final Betty Broderick marathon streams.
Tell you anything about what she had been doing?
That said, try and put your pet's names in the photo, like if you can do it on screen text, and then that way I can just import the photos without having to remember the names to the photos, and everybody's pets will get their names attributed correctly. So, thank you.
Between the time of 5:30 in the morning and the time that you talked to her, which was approximately 7 o'clock?
No,
Oh,
she didn't.
great
Did she
point.
tell you anything about
Sorry for another. Kentu Sukuroi says, I will send some memberships when I'm at my laptop. Anyone who's considering a membership, especially if it's for a personal membership, but for any type of purchase, do it from your desktop. Do it from anything that is where you're accessing YouTube as a web page rather than through the App Store. If you're on Apple and going through their App Store, and possibly through Android if they charge a premium. But in any case, it's 50 cents more per month, and that just goes to the App Store. It has nothing to do with the membership fee. So I've got mine set at the lowest level. It's 99 cents US or $1.49 Canadian. If you're being charged more than that, re-sign up through your desktop device and you'll pay the lowest possible price. And especially if you're gifting memberships, there's no sense in giving 50 cents a gift membership to the App Store for your generosity. Anyway, yeah, there's a public service announcement. Thank you for bringing both of those things to our attention. Kentu Sukaroi.
Why she was at that phone booth in Claremont?
No, and I didn't ask. It just seemed as though she had just turned off and stopped there and started calling people.
Okay.
I didn't ask anything further about it.
Now, when you drove over then to the...
Detective Wolbafet has a please mention. I'm smoking a cigarette before I go. Well, that was an important super chat, and I'm glad you got it in there, Detective Wolbafet.
To the phone booth in Claremont, and she was
Detective Wolbafet earlier had a pinned comment, F-U-C-K, no spaces.
not there, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And from that point, then you went to her house because you didn't know how to get to Lee's house. Is that correct?
I went to her condominium first, and she wasn't there. Her car wasn't there. And then I went to her house, and neither her car nor she was there.
And you indicated that you did go into the house for purposes of trying to find her. Is that what you were doing?
I thought someone might be there who might know. Oh, and I was walking up the walkway, actually, when Rhett and Danny came out of the house.
And it was while you were there at the house that Rhett or Danny called Lee, and you had another conversation with Elizabeth Broderick, correct?
I did, yes.
And did she direct you to do anything for her at that time?
No.
Did she, you testified that it was your recommendation at that point that she turned herself down?
Yes.
And had you talked to someone else about that recommendation? Did you talk to your husband about that?
I don't have a husband, but I did talk with my friend, yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. You have maybe a significant other, is that fair to say?
A significant other, that's fair to say.
Okay, and he's an attorney?
Yes.
And it was his recommendation that you recommend to her that she turn herself in? And when you told her that you were recommending that she turn herself in, what was her response?
She was very receptive to the idea. She was afraid to do it. She didn't want to do it alone. She didn't have an attorney. So I told her that I was trying to find one who would come in on a Sunday and would be willing to represent her and to help her through this process of turning herself in.
When you indicate that she told you that she didn't have an attorney, isn't it true that she was being represented by Walter Mond at the time?
I believe he's a family law attorney.
Right.
I believe. I don't think he's.
You're not aware of the fact that Walter Mond also practices criminal law?
I was not, no.
Okay, did anybody suggest, why don't we call Walter Mond your attorney?
No, as a matter of fact, that wasn't suggested.
Did you touch anything in the house while you were there, other than obviously the phone?
Other than
to
the
talk to her?
phone, no.
You didn't look through any documents or papers or look through her room?
No.
Victoria Brown, also
Now,
known as Ronnie.
Is it correct to say, and maybe I
had to do some
misunderstood, that this
research,
phone
but
call that you had
she's
from her house was at
identified.
about 9:30?
As near as I can recall, I believe that was, well, no, it had to be before that, I think. I believe I testified, if I remember correctly, that when she called me back at my house after I'd gone there, it was about 9:30, something like that. But I believe it was before that time that I spoke with her from her house.
Okay, you spoke with her from her house, you made the recommendation that she turn herself in, and then at that point you went back to your own home?
Yes, she told me she would call me at home, and she would think about it, and she would definitely call me at home.
Okay, so she didn't ask you to come over to Lee's house at that point?
No, she didn't.
And then it was later while you were at home, were you just sitting around waiting for her phone call essentially?
Essentially, and calling various attorneys. Of course, on Sunday, it's not easy to reach them unless they're available by an emergency number.
And then she called you and she asked you at that point to meet her at the parking lot at the UTC shopping center, correct?
Yes, she said she had decided to turn herself in and she didn't want to do it alone. And so we did agree to meet.
Was there any reason that they didn't come over to your house and pick you up, or that you didn't go over to Lee's house and pick her up?
I don't think we probably weren't any of us thinking as clearly as we should, but no, we all just went in 3 different cars and met there.
Now, you indicate that you met at UTC. Did you all then get into one car together?
Yes, we did.
And it's at this point that she wrote this holographic will, is what you referred to it as.
Yeah. Well, not at that point. Particularly, we were driving to the, I believe it's the North Precinct Police Station, which is near University Town Center.
So this was on the way. She'd already made the decision to turn herself in.
Yes.
And you were on the way to turn herself in.
Right.
When she wrote this will.
Right. We were sitting in the car, waiting, I guess, to do what we knew had to be done, but we didn't have an attorney, so we weren't really comfortable with doing that. But it was during this period of time that she decided to write this holographic will. It was written on a piece of paper.
And she had
To me.
you and Diane Black witness it, correct?
Yes.
And it is.
What is a holographic will? Okay, I'm going to look that up in the background. I'll come to you with a definition in a couple of minutes. If anybody knows, you can say it in the chat maybe before I can get there.
It's true for a will to be valid, you have to have two people witness it,
I
correct?
believe so, yes.
Did you read it?
Yes.
What happened to it?
I don't know. I glanced at it at the time, and it was just a short little piece of paper. I don't even know. I think it was yellow, but I could be wrong.
Was it at this time that she was also writing on the photograph of Jason, directions for Lee?
Okay.
And,
It's less
asking
impressive
Lee
than
to
I
do
thought.
particular things and get particular things at the condominium?
It may have been, but I have no recollection of that at all. I just don't remember the picture. I don't remember the.
So I'm going to be honest. I imagined a holographic will was something you opened up and then like little characters, stood up. I bequeath to you. I knew that technology didn't exist, but I know people had those little charms. So I thought like maybe it would be like a will that would. Anyway, it's nothing nearly as cool as that. Let's look up, or I'll look up, or no, I already have looked up. I'll read, you listen. A holographic will is a will that is entirely handwritten and signed by the testator. Testator, not a test. Yeah, that's a good one to read for the first time online. Signed by the testator, which is the person making it, without the assistance of witnesses. While legal in many jurisdictions, including most Canadian provinces and some U.S. states, it must be fully in the testator's handwriting to be valid. No witnesses are required. Unlike a formal will, they do not require signatures from witnesses. For validity, they must be in the testator's handwriting, signed, and show a clear intention to act as a will, testamentary intent. They're best for emergencies. They're useful in last-minute situations, Eric Richens, or when there is no access to legal resources. Not to her, Eric. Good for him for getting his will changed, by the way. He should have probably let her know. I wonder if he would have survived if she knew that she was not getting anything and keeping him alive was the best. I always say don't get insurance, don't get a will. Risks. Because of the informality, they are often difficult to interpret, more likely to be contested, and prone to creating legal problems during probate. While they are a valid and free option for estate planning, they are generally considered less secure than a formal will. Well, I'm glad I learned that, because every time they said holographic will, I definitely got a different picture in my mind. No pun intended.
Anything about that. It may have happened that day, but I don't remember it.
Just showing you then what's been marked as People 65. Do you recognize that at all?
Yeah, that's Jason.
Do you recognize the writing on it?
It looks like Betty's writing.
Were you there at all when she was writing these things?
I don't remember this at all. I don't remember this at all.
Was there any discussion at the time when you were in the car, for example, of her leaving the directions for the key to the box in her house and where the hall key opens the security closet and those things? Any
Being
discussion?
written down? No. I think there probably was discussion about, because she's writing her will and she was trying to get those things squared away, but I don't have any recollection of this. I don't know why, but I don't.
Okay. Do you have any recollection of discussions about her putting that friends' messages machines must accept collect phone calls on there?
I don't. No.
Did she talk about the fact that she knew she was going to have to be making collect phone calls from Las Colinas jail?
I
So
don't
she was-
remember that on that day.
Oh, wow. Unlike Sarah, Betty was trying to negotiate her phone calls before she went into prison through the will to make sure that she'd have someone to pay them.
don't remember. It may have happened.
She was, she did write that down there. She was obviously planning ahead as far as leaving messages for people once she got into jail, correct?
That's on there, yes.
Mm-hmm. That's a crazy thing. If it would be like Sarah writing stuff after George had died, but like instructions on, well, George said that I should have this in case of his death. I'm not entirely
And
right
where
on the
was it that you all went to a
comparison there, but forgive me, it's been 17 days.
phone booth to make phone calls to attorneys?
It was not at University Town Center, but kind of diagonally across on the little plaza behind Anthony's seafood restaurant in that area.
And at that point, Elizabeth Broderick was calling and talking.
Well addressed the chat because of two things. One, I've had politically incorrect comment pinned for a long time, partially to avoid overpinning comments so that you don't have to deal with that in chat. You can dismiss after the fact. But she brought up the stigma of divorce. And while this was a 1991 case, remember the divorce was 1985. And 1985 was really closer to that 70s sensibility than it was in a forward-thinking 90s. So I think there was still some of that residual stuff going on, and I think it was actually right at a time where independence and empowerment was more so the norm. So it wasn't just, one crazy woman speaking out in the 70s and, wow, look at that crazy woman. Just doesn't know where her bread's buttered. Now it was a woman speaking out when there was a lot of women who felt similar. Divorce was less stigmatized, but still just enough that it brought a generation of women together in support, if not of Betty, of, don't fuck around on your wife. Don't, screw over your ex-wife if you guys have kids. Like, I think there was a lot of very positive conversations that came in households completely unrelated to Betty from just women saying, look what happens when you drive a woman crazy. Can we please, not get crazy on this? So in a lot of ways, she served as a bit of a canary in the mine shaft.
On the phone to potential attorneys. Is that not correct?
Yes. I think we both were. Yeah, she was trying to find someone to.
She called or talked to several people
Yes,
at that time,
she
correct?
did. Yeah.
And ultimately, an attorney was contacted Mr. Ron Frant, and a meeting was set up with Mr. Ron Frant. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was it Elizabeth Broderick who set up the arrangements for meeting with Ron Frant?
Well, I'll just mention, because politically incorrect mentioned that she's tuning in from Lisbon, Portugal. And if you are watching the replays, let me know if Portuguese is one of the language it gets translated to. I think that it's only getting translated into 2 languages because of the length of the streams. But some of my shorter content is available in 8 to 11 different languages. And it's auto-dubbed, and it's based off of my voice, which is kind of funny. Like, I listen to some of my videos in Hindi, and there's Hindi's fun because there's some words that they just say in English. It's just part of the Hindi vocabulary. So a man with an Indian accent basically reading out my material in a voice that sounds like mine, but I don't understand a word of it. And then there'll be a Sarabun. And, oh yeah, okay. So I'm talking about Sarah. Anyway, if you are listening from other countries and you're interested in D&D content, do check out the language auto dubbing options. Even if you're familiar with my voice, it can be kind of fun just to hear me. I love the way I sound in Spanish. I think I sound fantastic in Spanish, and the Italian sounds really good. But yeah, just for kicks, just for shits and giggles, you can do that.
My friend had found that Ron Frant was willing to come to his office and meet with Betty and help her through the process of turning herself in.
Right, but were you
And
there
so-
when she talked to him on the phone?
Yes, I made the phone call and introduced him to Betty, and then they made whatever arrangements they had to make.
There's the Whistler. The Whistler's back.
And were you there when she made the phone call to Lee, when she called up Lee and left the message that essentially everything was going to be okay? She had a meeting with her attorney. Were you there when she did that?
Yes, because Lee had gone to collect some things. I don't know. I don't remember whether she just decided this is what I need to do or whether Betty asked her to get some things. I think probably the latter. But Lee had gone to the house or the condominium to pick up a couple of things for Betty.
And you're indicating that
And
it was your
She hadn't come back, and so we needed to leave to go down to Mr. Frant's office. So she did call Lee and leave a message on her phone.
and it was your recollection that the defendant had asked her to get certain things from the condominium that you wanted.
I believe so.
In the documentary that was presented at the end of one of these episodes, or not a documentary, it was just like a news magazine show from the 90s, talking about the Betty Broderick case. Apparently the week after the murders, the joke going around in the high society of the San Diego and even the late night talk show kind of circuit was, well, guess it's be nice to the ex-wife week. It shows you both the mentality of the times that you needed to be reminded of that. But yeah, that was kind of the way that a lot of men were taking it as a wake-up call of maybe I don't need to be such an asshole. Like tune the asshole down to 7, 6, still function fine. I don't need to be a complete jerk. So there's that for context.
One of the jurors can't hear you. Speak up a little bit,
Yes,
ma'am.
sir.
Did you hear that last answer, Scott? Okay. You just maybe pull the microphone a little closer to you, ma'am. I've got it turned up all the way.
Is that better?
Okay. Go ahead.
And then when you did you remain with her until you went to Mr. Frant's office?
Yes.
France, Frantz.
I have no further questions.
Redirect.
When you indicated that you went on walks on the beach, would you ever go Mission Bay or Mission Beach?
Mission Bay and or Mission by the Hilton Hotel, that long walkway, Mission Bay.
Okay.
And we'd sometimes
Hey, classy San Diego. I'm Ron Burgundy.
go down to La Jolla Shores, and we'd sometimes walk from La Jolla Shores to the Cove. Those kinds of things.
Were most of the walks in one place?
Yes, actually, they were mostly in around the bay. Most of them.
Who left the question mark in the damn teleprompter?
Witness be excused. Thank you very much, Ms. Brown.
That was Victoria Brown. Veronica.
I call Diane Black.
Diane Black. All right. This is going to get good.
It is honest whether testimony about the in a matter not before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
Very
truth, so
interesting
help you
poll
God.
there.
Could you please have a seat, the witness stand?
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Judge. Could you state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
It's Diane Black, and it's Diane Black.
Thank you.
What year did you meet? Well, first of all, do you know the woman at the end of council table here, Betty Broderick?
Yes,
And when did you first meet her? If you can remember what year.
I think it was 1988
Okay. And you remember where you met?
at her house.
And how often did you have contact with Betty?
I saw her in person, I would say probably about 3 times a week, except when she was out of town, which wasn't that frequent. And I talked to her probably every day.
During the time that you, the time that you met her, was there did she have some kind of her added emotional effect? How was she behaving, or how would you describe how she was emotionally?
When I just,
Sustained.
During the time that you knew Betty, was there an overriding emotion that you would see with her?
I saw a veil of depression that seemed to be with Betty the whole time I knew her.
Were you aware of what her main concerns were?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Well, just answer yes or no.
Yes.
Did Betty want custody of her children?
Absolutely.
Sustained.
Did she talk at all about her children?
She talked about them all the time.
Okay. And did she convey to you anything in relation to them, what she would like?
I don't understand your question.
Okay. Did she convey any desires about her children, where they should live, or how she felt about that?
Oh, yes, Betty wanted the kids to be back with her. She wanted to provide them an environment where a parent was in the household all the time with them.
Were you aware of things in 1989 that she was doing to try to get custody of her children?
Yes,
And did you see her with her children?
on several occasions.
Can you describe how she was around her children?
Betty's mood was lightened, I would say, not as contrast that it was gloomy, but no matter what was going on in Betty's life, when the kids were around her, she made it real comfortable for them to be with. She put aside her court problems. She left that aside and tried to be just a mom to the boys. And I could see the veil of depression, but I'm an adult.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Sustained.
And were you around her at all during on her birthdays?
Yes,
Valerie
And do you remember
Bertinelli, eh?
anything particular that happened on any of her birthdays?
Objection, Your Honor. No, there's been no outward.
Sustained so far.
Did you see any problems she was having with her children on her birthdays?
yes.
And what was that?
It was in 1988. Lucy had made dinner for Betty. And I believe Ronnie and Brad and Rhett were there. We were all there for a surprise birthday party for Betty. And the doorbell rang in the middle of dinner, and it was Dan. And we all listened. No one got up from the table except Rhett. He ran to the front door. We were probably about 8 feet away from the front door where we can hear the entire conversation.
Your Honor,
And
excuse me, I'm going to object at this point as hearsay and also, if we could approach sidebar.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our noon recess at this time. We'll be in recess until 1:30. I will do my absolute best today that we will start at
I
1:30.
see that.
Please remember the admonition. Have a nice lunch.
In the months preceding November 5th, 1989, you describe Elizabeth Broderick.
I was speaking of the Benny Hill, which got brought up by Politically Incorrect. One of my favorite shows as a 12-year-old soon-to-be man growing into one. Like, oh, what is this ribald comedy from across the pond? Anyway, I used the Yakety Sax song to show Sarah in court and used sped up video and had her walking around with stupid gloves as she's directing the suitcase, reenacting her crime in the well of the court, happily. Anyway, I was impressed that none of my fans called me out for being so aware of the Yakety Sax song. You could make entire shows just around like walking in and out of doors and, you know, bumping into women who were scantily clad. And I have to admit I was a loyal viewer for that formative summer between 12 and 13.
Emotional state.
Is that a question?
Yes, can you describe her emotional, how she was doing in the months preceding November 5th of 1989?
yes, it was a period, I don't know if it covers that, is right during the summer when Betty thought that she might be getting custody back. Or she was trying to fight for custody.
I think she was more hopeful than she had been in the last year. But as a legal process of the custody portion did not go through,
Get used to it.
Betty's attitude.
What was that?
She seemed.
Who just got told to get used to it? There's something happening in the background. We're all going to listen to that together just to decipher. So this could be anything from the court TV, people talking over the audio feed. But somebody flipped the wrong switch and said, get used to it.
Process of the custody portion did not go through.
Get used to it.
Betty's attitude. She seemed really depressed. She seemed more depressed than I'd ever seen her.
Wonder if that was the jurors talking to each other. Get used to it. Maybe it was about a chair squeak. Are you ever going to fix those chairs? Get used to it. Interesting. Good night, Dorgan. Dorgan's going to sleep yesterday in Australia, to most of us who are still here in Todayland.
She seemed more like a person that was giving up on herself. She became more reclusive. I noticed it was harder to get a hold of Betty. I would have to call her children's line in order to get her to answer the telephone.
Did you receive a call from Betty on November 5th of 1989?
Yes.
Larissa speculates that it's Dan and Linda from The Other Life.
And what were you doing at the time you received the call?
Sleeping.
And do you know what time it was?
Ah, Mary's
Between
back.
6 and 7.
Okay. And how would you describe her emotional state at that time?
I think she was frantic. Betty's first words to me were, "I need help." And she sounded like she was crying. She started rambling on about something that had just happened, and then she would start talking really fast, and all of a sudden she would stop. And then she would do it again. She was incoherent.
Okay, did she tell you about anything that happened?
Yes.
And did that happen right away or in the conversation, if you remember?
She said something to the effect that she had just come from Dan and Linda's house.
Okay. And did she say anything had happened when she'd been over there?
She said she fired a gun, and it was dark, and she didn't know whether she hit anybody.
Okay. Did she...
They might be after me.
Now, what did you do at that time? Did you know where she was?
No.
Okay, and can you explain, did you talk to her about that on the phone?
Yes.
And what was the conversation?
Well, my thought was I just couldn't believe that she had.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Go ahead, what was the conversation that you were having on the phone? And this is about trying to find out where she was.
I asked Betty where she was, and she says at a payphone. And I asked her, well, what area of town are you in? And she said she thought it was Claremont. And I asked her where specifically, and she could not tell me. So I asked her to look around and identify buildings around her, restaurants or gas stations. And from where she told me she thought she was, and the thing she was describing, I couldn't figure out where she was. So the next step was I asked her, can you read the telephone number off the telephone to me?
And did she do that?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I told Betty to stay put, and I'll have someone call her back right away, and not to leave the payphone until someone calls her.
Now, after you talked to Betty, did you talk to anyone else?
Now, that
Yes,
was
I
a
did.
unique
And who did you
feature
talk to?
of payphones that kind of gets overlooked, was the ability to take incoming calls for free. So you could, post up in a phone booth, give your number to a few people that, let's say you were attending job interviews for the day, but didn't have a phone. You could give the number of a phone booth and then just hang out there all day until you got calls back for your day-to-day employment. But yeah, there's a lot of I remember as teenage, like we used to use the phone at the school so we could page someone and just say, you know, hey, I'm at this number, and they would either meet you at the phone without actually even phoning you, or phone it, hey, I'm in a class, I'll be there in an hour.
I immediately called Ronnie Brown.
And did you talk to Ronnie Brown?
Yes,
And did you talk to anyone else after you talked to Ronnie Brown?
Brad Wright.
Was that a long conversation with Brad Wright?
I don't think so.
And did you, at some point,
Yeah, long distance was no joke in those days, that's for sure. Just for us, calling the neighboring district was like 30 cents a minute to call, you know, what was like an hour's drive away, but outside of the number you're trying to call is outside of the calling area. Please press 1 before continuing. It's going to be a 1 call.
point in time, did you meet Betty later that day?
Several hours later, yes.
And where did you meet her?
I met her in the parking lot in University Town Center.
Okay. And who was there when you met her?
Lee and Jason and Ronnie Brown. They were in separate cars. And Betty.
Okay, now, was there a reason that you were meeting her?
Yes, Betty had called me at a payphone. And she called me to ask me if I would go with her to turn herself in.
Okay.
And that was the meeting place.
And what was she like when you met her then?
I think she was in the same state as when she talked to me on the telephone earlier. She was disoriented. She was confused. Betty would ramble on. And there were periods where she would just sit there. She wasn't even physically there. She would just sit there in the car. And the rest of us were pretty hysterical and trying to calm her down.
I'm sorry.
Sir,
Objection.
Did she ask your advice on what to do?
yes,
Okay, and what did you tell her?
that I thought, considering the problems that she had before, she should probably get a lawyer. I was really worried for Betty, not knowing what she's.
Objection, Your Honor, it's fine.
Sustained.
Okay. And did you, when you talked about what had happened before, what were you talking about?
Objection, it's irrelevant.
I overrode you next to that.
Is this in respect to the records and the lawyer?
Yes.
Objection, irrelevant, Your Honor. The question was, what did she recommend to her that morning?
Let's raise another question.
Okay. Did you talk to her why she needed a lawyer?
Yes.
And what was the conversation?
Well, one of the reasons why I thought that she would need a lawyer is that if she went to jail for using profanities, whatever happened that morning, she would certainly need a lawyer.
Okay. And did you talk to her about, now whose idea was it? Did you talk about the legal papers?
Yes.
And whose idea was that originally? Do you remember?
Originally, no, I don't. I remember we were all talking about it at the same time in the car. Lee and Jason, Ronnie, and I. And Betty was just kind of sitting there. And none of us didn't know what to do. And so I knew that Betty had missing files from her divorce proceeding. And those might be the only, whatever legal documents she had, might be something that would help her lawyer to turn herself in.
And did you suggest that at some point that you get those?
Yes. Not that she did, but that somebody obtained them.
Now, did Betty at some point in time make any writing a will?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do anything with that will?
I signed it. I signed it as a witness.
Okay. Now, during the time that you were talking to Betty, did she say anything else in the conversations about what had happened at Mr. Broderick's house? Did she tell you whether they had said anything to her?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
What she told me was that Dan said, okay, you shot me.
Did she tell you where he was at the time he said that? Or if he had done anything?
You got me.
No, I just assumed he was in bed.
Objection, Your Honor. I'd ask for the last portion of your statement, the assumption.
Objection sustained, the answer stricken.
And did she say anything else in regards to a telephone there?
I think sometime during the day, and I don't know at what point, she mentioned that she had ripped a telephone cord out of the wall.
Did she ever tell you that she had in fact shot Dan in the head?
No, she never told me that.
And do you remember where the will was done?
Yes, it was in the car. It was in Jason's car, and we were sitting in front of I think it's the Northern Division Police Station that's by Anthony's in La Jolla.
Was there a photograph of showing you what's been marked as People's 65 for identification? Do you recognize this photograph? Or do you?
I know this is Jason. I don't remember seeing this at all.
Okay. Now, when you were in the car talking, was everyone quiet? Was everyone making suggestions? What do you remember?
Objection as to answer.
Sustained.
Did she talk to you about a suicide note at all?
Suicide note came up, but as I recall, thinking back, it was Betty's state of mind that led me to think that there might be a suicide note at the house or someplace.
Did
Cleopatra and Julius Caesar. Mars Bars, rest in
I have no further
peace.
questions.
Cross-examine.
It is true, Ms. Black, and you've testified before that the defendant said nothing to you about any suicide notes. It was your assumption that maybe there might be one.
As best as I can remember, I think that's the way.
So she didn't direct you to go to the house and get a suicide note or to go to the condo and get a suicide note. That was just your assumptions.
At this time, 2
Zora?
years later, I think that's the best I can recall.
Rory?
Isn't that consistent with what you testified at the preliminary hearing and last year at the trial, though, too?
I believe so. If you can show me the transcript, I don't know. I can tell you why that I thought there was a suicide note.
No, that's okay. You've already indicated that it wasn't based on any specific statement that she made regarding the suicide note, correct?
Not regarding the note, no.
And when you called Brad Wright that morning, you told him that she had just shot Dan and Linda in bed at their home, correct?
I did not tell him that she shot Dan and Linda because I didn't know that.
Isn't it true that you told Brad Wright that?
I don't think so.
Did she tell you, she told you that at least that she had shot at Dan and Linda, correct?
She said it was dark and she may have shot someone, but she didn't know.
But did she not tell you that she had shot at Dan and Linda?
Avery, Leon, and Delilah.
So she told you that she had just come from Dan and Linda's home. She told you that she had been in their bedroom. And she
You
told
want
you
your-
that she had shot at Dan and Linda in their bedroom, correct?
You want your dog, you have to send it to the community lake.
She also told
I
you
can't
that
take them
Dan
over
had
the phone.
said sometime during the incident, okay, you shot me, I'm dead, and that he said it clear as a bell.
Yes.
She also told you that sometime during that incident that she had pulled the phone out of the wall.
Repeat that question, please.
She also told you that sometime during the time that she was in the bedroom, after shooting at Dan and Linda, that she had pulled the phone out of the wall.
Sometime during the day that she said that she had pulled the phone out of the wall.
Okay, what you're saying is that sometime during that day on November the 5th,
Yes.
she told you that when she was in Dan and Linda's room,
Yes.
after shooting at them, that she had pulled the phone out of the wall.
I don't recall at what point she said she pulled the phone out of the wall, but I remember her saying that she pulled the phone out of the wall, the phone cord out of the wall.
And you said that the first words out of her mouth when she called you was, "I need help."
Yes.
That she didn't say anything about Dan or Linda needing help.
No.
And it was your understanding, based on what she had said, again, that she had been to their house and that she had fired shots at them. She was obviously upset. Something traumatic had happened. You believed that there was a possibility that Dan and Linda had been shot at that time, correct?
No, I didn't.
Billie
Is that
Jean.
not why you called Brad, right?
Good question
I
at a good
thought
time.
That Betty,
I'm showing 2 more hours left. And that said, I don't think we can give the proper attention to 2 more hours of this video. But I don't want to throw off the whole schedule. How are we going to do this? There's 2 more hours of raw testimony. We've been going for probably 4 at this point. We'll definitely listen to the rest of Diane Black. Maybe we'll go to the end of the hour. Whoever's testifying at the end of the hour, that's when we'll call it. And we will save the rest of this for Monday morning's broadcast. We'll figure it out. But I think we might have to split this particular episode just partially. Yeah, because 45 minutes, there's no way we're getting through it in 45 minutes. And Billie Jean, it's a good time to be checking in with the chat because there's today's Pet Picture Day. So I'm just scrolling through the community page to show off some pets in the community. If you post to my community page anytime today, and the link is the pinned link in the comments, I will feature all of the pets posted in a little montage photo. If you include the name of your pet on the photo, then it's a lot easier for me because then I don't have to go back and figure out the names of all the pets. But in any case, if you post a pet, I will take all of those pictures and turn it into a little montage, and maybe that'll be what starts off the stream for one of these final marathon Betty Broderick viewings.
I was having a nervous breakdown. It was so hard the concept of her going over there and even having committed anything over there, whether it was just to confront Dan, was so shocking to me. I didn't believe it.
Well, you knew she'd been over to confront Dan before. You knew of several instances in the past when she'd been over there to confront Dan, correct?
The confrontations that I understood were in court.
Okay. You weren't aware of any other confrontations didn't she tell you about a confrontation in 88? Didn't she tell you about going over there and taking her phone, and that she had called you ahead of time and told you, if they arrest me, I've got my mobile phone here and I'll give you a call?
She said that, but I didn't know it to be a confrontation, and I didn't know it to be she actually did it.
Okay, but she told you that she had done that?
No, she said she was going to do that.
Okay.
And if I call you, but I didn't know whether she did it or not.
Okay. Well, are you saying that when she talked to you that morning and she indicated that she had just come from their house and that she had shot at them, and that Dan had said, okay, you got me, I'm dead, and that she had pulled the phone out of the wall, are you indicating that you didn't have some feeling that Dan and Linda might have been shot?
At that time, I'm not sure what I thought. It was just an immediate reaction. I thought Betty was having a nervous breakdown.
This is a little bit deceptive. Oh, that was probably my framing from looking too. Sorry, cutting everyone's head off there. Hey Diane, it's Betty. I just shot Dan and Linda. Did you think that Dan and Linda were shot? I didn't know what to think. It doesn't look good to a jury when the answer's obvious and you're fighting the obvious answer. Like, at least acknowledge, yeah, I did think it was possible that they were shot. Like, but she's trying to be, a good witness to Betty, still Betty's friend. And yeah, I don't think it helps. I think this is, if you've got an honest story to tell, go into court honest and be open. Yeah, that's what I have to say about that.
I couldn't imagine she'd gone over there. That's why I took the number for someone to keep her on the phone so I can call Brad to check out the story.
There was, after you talked to her on the phone, then how much time passed before you didn't have some feeling that Dan and Linda might have been shot?
At that time, I'm not sure what I thought. It was just an immediate reaction. I thought Betty was having a nervous breakdown. I couldn't imagine she'd gone over there. That's why I took the number for someone to keep her on the phone so I can call Brad to check out the story.
There was, after you talked to her on the phone, then how much time passed before you talked to her again?
maybe an hour, hour and a half.
And when you talked to her again, it was clear to you at that point, wasn't it, that she was still talking about shooting Dan and Linda and coming from their house, and you were talking about turning herself into the police. I mean, there was obviously some concern that something very significant had happened here, wasn't there?
Well,
I wonder if this isn't hearsay, as Politically Incorrect asks, because Betty testified to a bunch of this. So now this might be impeaching some of Betty's prior testimony, which makes it grounds for testimony. And I'm just guessing, but if anything, that seems like why this would be irrelevant to testify as to what Betty told her, is that Betty's already talked about what she told her friends in her testimony.
first, she did not tell me she shot them.
She shot at them.
At them, yes. She thought she did.
Okay.
Okay, and she knew that she was in big trouble. That was exactly, I think, her word. I'm in big trouble. I need some help. And so at that point, I'm thinking to myself, perhaps she did go over there and did something, but she had the feeling that Dan was going to get her, that Dan was coming after her.
Okay, when was it that she told you I'm in big trouble? Was that in that first phone call that you had?
I don't think so, no.
Well, let me ask you, you also refused to talk to any investigators after this incident, is that not correct?
Yes, I did.
And there were several requests to talk with you, and you refused to talk.
Yes, for a reason.
Okay, you refused to talk without an attorney present?
No, I needed to speak to her attorney.
Okay, so you had numerous conversations with the defendant and with her attorney, but you refused to talk to any police officers or prosecution investigators.
And not talking to cops isn't necessarily bad, but I think that clarifying that I needed to talk to her attorney before I talked to any cops is, if I was in the jury, I would like, oh, okay, that's a little suspicious.
Correct?
Immediately after that, yes.
Yeah, well, in fact, you refused to talk at any point up until the preliminary hearing, which was 5 months later. Is that not correct?
That could be true. Her attorney was
Excited
not available.
utterance as well, yep.
Okay. And why did you feel that there was some need to talk to her attorney before talking to the police and letting them know what had happened and what she had said to you?
I've never been involved in anything like this in my entire life. I know enough that if I'm going to speak to anyone on any particular type of matter as big as this, there's no way I would not talk to an attorney.
So you felt you had
That's
to have
smart.
an attorney present first before talking to the police
No.
and telling them what had happened?
Not present, but just to give me some guidelines. This is the process. This is what happens.
Well, what about advice did you need from the guidelines? What sort of guidelines did you need from an attorney with respect to simply telling about what occurred as a witness?
I don't want anything to get twisted around.
Okay. Did you take any notes that morning of what Elizabeth Broderick said to you?
No, I didn't.
Did you memorialize at all anytime after that or shortly after that what she had said to you?
No, actually, I tried to forget it. I wanted to remember as little as I could that day. I didn't want to know any more of the details.
So are you telling us that you think Elizabeth Broderick told you more details, but that you just don't remember them at this point?
I don't really think there was much more. I just remember I didn't ask her questions.
It is true that you did not call the police that morning or call the ambulance or do anything in order to have anyone go over and check on Dan and Linda, correct?
Yes, because I knew Brad would take care of it.
Had you had any conversations with Brad after you talked to him? Did you have any more contact with him that day?
I talked to Brad that morning. I don't think I talked to him anymore that day. I don't think so.
Now, you indicated that when she called you the second time to have you meet at University Town Center, that she called you again from a payphone?
Yes,
Okay, so where she had called you originally from a payphone in Claremont.
correct.
And then how much time passed until the second?
We are staying for the next witness just to see the wall of hair that's going to come up. All I'm going to show you is the little preview thumbnail, but we definitely are watching her. When does she finish? I hope okay, she doesn't go all day. We have about a half hour of raw footage left in today's, and then we'll add an hour into tomorrow. We're going to end the stream at around 3 hours and 15 minutes of raw footage for today. 75% of this video. Oh, the next witness looks like. Get your fashion doppelganger guessing hats on, because I think we're gonna have some fun with her.
Phone call. Guessing, I think it's about an hour and a half.
Okay, so was it your understanding that she had gone to Lee's house between those phone calls?
I don't know. I didn't realize where she was. I needed to call. I called Ronnie back.
Well, my question is, where was she? Well, now she was at a different phone
Location.
booth when she called you the second time to have you meet at University Town
I'm
Center?
sorry, she was not at a phone booth. She was probably at Lee's house. I didn't ask her where she was.
Okay, well, maybe I'm misunderstanding. Didn't you testify that the second time she called you from a payphone to have you meet her at University Town Center?
Are you saying I testified to that?
That was my understanding of what she said.
A couple of minutes ago, I think I might have said that, and I'm thinking the best answer would be that I can think of. She called me. I knew Lee was with her. I assumed it makes sense she was coming from Lee's house. It's probably Lee's house instead of the payphone the second time.
And what's your best recollection of the time that it was when she called you the first time that morning?
I have no idea.
No idea whatsoever.
No, I don't.
But didn't you testify that you thought it was sometime between 6 and 7?
I just gave a wild guess, and that's about it.
Okay. Did you ask her what she had been doing between the time that she had come from Dan and Linda's house and shot at them and the time that she had called you?
No.
Do you live in Claremont?
Yes.
Did she explain to you why she was calling you from a phone booth?
No, she didn't.
Did she explain to you later why she didn't want to be driving around in her car and wanted to drive around in someone else's car?
No. No, she didn't.
There wasn't any discussion about the fact that the police might be looking for her and she didn't want to be found during that
She
period
said
of time?
Sometime during the day, but I have no idea when. Maybe it was after we left the police station in the morning. We
Well,
all
there was a
thought,
period of time, right, that you specifically did not drive around in her car. You were in another car and you were driving around just simply wasting time until you went to the attorney's office, correct?
I'm not sure that's not the way I'd say it.
Well, isn't it true that you had made an appointment for an attorney and there was an hour or two to kill before you could go meet with the attorney and you simply drove around?
Dogs go
We
to the
drove
community
around
page,
looking for
cats
a
to the community
Place
page.
to wait to hear from Mr. Frant, her attorney.
YouTube only, no phone calls.
And we stayed at, I guess we parked over by the pier on Harbor Island. And it was close to the police station, and it would be convenient and easy place for her lawyer to locate us, and we waited. We just sat in the car and waited.
Well, when she told you that she was in big trouble, was that in connection to her telling you that she had pulled the phone out of the wall? That Dan had said, okay, you shot me?
I think it was.
Thank you for
I
the
cannot connect it to anything in particular.
named
I
photos,
just assumed
Kitten
it was from
Pusher.
her conversation that she had come from Dan's house and he was going to come after her. She was afraid that he was going to get her.
Okay, did she say that? You never testified that she said anything like that before.
She said that, and I don't remember what her words were, to tell you the truth. But I had the feeling that's why I didn't believe that anything really happened. I thought, boy, is he mad? He's going to really.
Well, didn't she have the gun with her that morning?
I didn't see a gun. I didn't ask to see a gun. The whole thing, the conversation with Betty when she first called me from the payphone was very brief, just a couple of minutes, just enough for me to get the phone number off the phone booth from her and call Ronnie, give it to her so Ronnie would keep Betty on the telephone.
Right, but later on, when you had a lot of time to talk with her, you didn't talk to her about where's the gun, or what did you do with the gun, or exactly how did you shoot them? Or
I didn't. No, I wouldn't. First, I wouldn't want to know. Second, no, I didn't. I was in a state of shock. I'm sure everybody else in the car was as well. But
you indicated that. Well, have you tried to be involved in any way in trying to publicize Elizabeth Broderick's case?
Publicize? What do you mean?
Going on TV, or has she had arguments with you about trying to launch yourself through her case?
I was asked to speak on a show up in Orange County. It was about inequities in the divorce court. It had nothing to do with Betty's case. And I mentioned to Betty after that I was going to join a girlfriend on that. And she thought that that's what it was about.
She got angry at you for doing that, right?
She probably did. I don't think she told me directly. I think she told somebody else. I don't know.
Was she
I don't
upset?
remember. You were the one that told me, your office. Bill Green called me in. I was walking out of the hallway, and he said, "Is it true?" Betty said this. And that's when I heard about the letter. Well,
That's an interesting bit of testimony. You don't see that. I heard it from you. Your office was the one who told me, and then just free-form testimony. Again, Jack Early's, I don't know, what do? Do you object to your own witness? No question, Your Honor.
Were you tape recording your conversations with her?
I did at the beginning on my side because I was afraid of later ending up in court and saying, "Did you say this? Did you say this?" And then after a while, I thought, "This is nuts," so I didn't.
Well, these are phone conversations that you had with her from Las Colinas jail, correct?
Yes.
Yeah,
I
and
did
that's
my side.
and that's the big key. Politically Incorrect points out that you get yourself a lawyer instead of consulting with the defendant's attorney for your own sake, lady. And that makes sense. Like, you know, if you're afraid in a legal situation, you protect yourself legally. You don't need to, you know, if your lawyer thinks it's necessary, they might network with the lawyer that's covering your friend, and then, you know, can give you legal advice based off of that conversation, I'm sure. But I don't think it makes any sense to go in to a meeting with the defendant's lawyer without your lawyer present any more than it does to talk to the police without a lawyer. Like, you know, if the defendant and their lawyer are telling you to tell a story, you probably should have a lawyer there to protect you from whether or not that's a good story to tell from a, you know, legal point of view. Yeah, I don't think she's helping herself with this.
So I knew what I said.
You tape recorded those conversations?
A couple of them, yes. On my side, though, it wasn't Betty's side.
And do you,
But then I just
where are those tape recorded conversations?
probably reused on class notes and other things.
You felt the need to tape record them at the time because you were afraid of what you might say, but you didn't feel.
I wasn't afraid of what I would say, but I had seen so many unusual things happen in her domestic case, and any association with it, it really frightened me.
Okay. And you didn't tape record. How did you tape record just your side of the conversation?
You just
with that?
hook up you play. If you're sitting in class taking a note from a teacher talking, all you do is you just.
Well, both. She's saying that she got her own attorney, Larissa Harris, and also that she wanted to network with his or her attorney, her attorney, before talking to authorities. So it sort of implies that she talked to Betty's attorney pro se, but needed her attorney. And I have no problem with getting an attorney to talk to law enforcement, but I think it's weird not to have that same attorney guiding you through talking to the defendant of a second-degree murder who's calling you as a witness. That seems like a great time to use the attorney and his advice as well.
Push the buttons.
Did you tell her that you were tape recording the conversation?
Yes.
And she got angry at you for doing it?
Later on, she said something. Yes. So I said, "Okay, I will." But it was for my protection. I was uncomfortable. Again, I've never been involved in anything like this.
You indicated that with respect to that it was your opinion that the defendant always made it real comfortable for her children. That was your testimony this morning.
The times that I was around Betty, yes, and the children.
Well, would it change your opinion with respect to whether or not?
Your Honor, I have an objection to that, Your Honor.
I'd like to be heard side.
I'm going to read a comment in the Criminal Conversations chat room that's watching this trial. Very bold comment. It says, somebody named the Zangle. Men kill their wives all the time. Where's the justice? Good grief. She's given this man her entire life. Let her begin to make her amends to society. Can we just forgive? You're not God. Give her another chance. It's been over 40 years. I guess not quite 40 years, because this was from last year. So the person's, I'm not going to call the math into question. Bold comment anyway. Just thought I'd share that with you. Something that came up during the original rewatch of this on Criminal Conversations.
Yes.
You want her
She
sidebar?
only talked about what she saw, Your Honor.
Well, just go to the sidebar for a minute.
Whenever he says, well, he has a certain tone to when he says, well, And it says to me that he knows exactly why his decision is sound. And he's going to tell them privately at sidebar because he also knows that it could taint the jury pool by chastising one lawyer or the other for this particular objection. But yeah, I really like this judge. He's kind of got a Judge Cranick style to him. Like, this seems like the type of judge that could have handled the Sarah Boone and would have frustrated us. Like, how was he not doing anything about it? Just be sitting back. Nope, overruled.
Did she ever talk to you about the fact that she did not want custody in 1985 or 1986 or 1987?
No, there was an objection at sidebar of me going into areas I didn't go into, so I reject.
May I approach sidebar then again?
Yes.
Based on.
Sidebar again.
You indicated that in the months preceding November the 5th that your quote was, as the legal process did not go through, that she appeared to be
Okay, I'll
upset
put up
about
a poll.
that. What made you think that
Yeah,
the legal
got it.
process was not going through?
Well, by the time the summer had come around, at the end of summer, towards the kids starting to go back to school, if everything, I guess, would have gone as planned, Betty would have had the kids, she would have gone through a custody hearing, and hopefully the kids would be back with her. And those plans seem to be falling through.
Were you aware of when she actually filed for custody, that she did not do that until September of, I believe, September 21st? There was no motion filed until then?
I don't know when the motion was filed, but I know she was talking to the attorney way before then.
Okay. Were you aware of the fact that the legal proceedings were going through, that they were having hearings, that the dates were set, that they were negotiating?
I remember there was a lot of, whether it was continuances or postponements, there was something that was keeping the proceedings, that was protracting the proceedings. I don't remember exactly 2 years later what it was.
This was the information that Elizabeth Broderick was telling you at the time.
She was telling me, and I did see a lot of papers in her house.
Did you see papers regarding the custody motion after September?
I don't recall that at this time now. No, but if you showed it to me, I could let you know if I'd seen it before.
When was the last time that you saw her? Before November 5th?
I would say a week before that, a week and a half maybe. It was before, a couple of days before she went to Mexico.
Okay, so you were aware that she had gone to Acapulco with Brad Wright
Yes.
the week before, and you were also aware that she had gone to San Francisco with him in October, the month before, correct?
I don't remember that in particular, but
You said that there was this, that she was depressed over this period of time. It is also true that you've described her as being extremely angry over this period of time, correct?
it was more of a situational thing. There was something that happened, like she had court papers. She would get very agitated. She'd be reading them and she would get mad reading them.
Wasn't she angry just about every time you talked to her?
No, I wouldn't say that.
You never said that you knew she was angry, because when I spoke to her, she was angry and upset all the time, each time I talked to her?
It depended what we were talking about. If we were talking, I don't remember saying that, but if she was talking about something that I guess she felt hurt her or was causing a problem in the finalization of her bifurcation and her divorce process and the custody, yes, that made her angry.
You talked to her too about moving on, correct? Didn't you even suggest, for example, that she go back to her maiden name so that she, because of her perception of problems getting representation in the legal community?
Yes.
And she wouldn't do that, would she?
She was proud of the name Broderick, and she'd used it for a long time. In fact, she still calls herself Mrs. Broderick.
Mrs.
Were you aware of any times while you knew her during 1988 when she took the kids back to Dan Broderick, when she had custody of them?
Would you please say that again?
Were you aware, you met her in 1988, were you
Yes.
aware of any times during 1988 when she had them, she had visitation of them, and for whatever reason, she took them back?
There is no particular instance that sticks out.
Did she ever talk to you about an incident where Red had an earache in the middle of the night and she took him back to Dan Broderick?
I remember calling her that he had an earache and needed some medicine.
But was that an incident where she was describing that he was at her house, he was sick with an earache, and in the middle of the night, she took him back to Dan Broderick?
I don't recall that in particular.
Do you recall her talking to you about
a Mitch Miller concert where the boys didn't want to go and she got angry and took the boys back to Dan Broderick's house?
No, I don't recall that. I have no further questions.
Broderick?
I have no further questions. Please excuse.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ploy.
All right. Here's our next witness.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Well,
Rita, would you get the exhibit off there, please?
Oh,
Ma'am, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Victoria Older Curry, Currie.
Thank you.
Curry, what, do you know Betty Broderick sitting here at the end of the council table?
all right. Let's be kind. This is no longer Diane Black, so we'll be kind to Diane Black and get her name off of this. This is a look, right? Everyone was giving a hard time to the girl with a bit of an updo and dark hair. Doesn't look like an updo now, does it? Like perfectly normal hair on that woman with the dark hair. And this feels to me like, you remember Three's Company? Lana, who was like always chasing after Jack Tripper, and Richard Klein's character was interested in her, but also like she was bad news, like look out for Lana. Okay, let's we got to get rid of poor Diane here because that's not you, Diane. Not okay. Let me just we'll leave it on pause for a second. I'll check in with the chat. I'm sure nobody's got any appearance questions. Oh, nobody's commenting on appearance whatsoever. Okay, well, you guys are much more mature than I am. I did post a rather bold poll. We're asking about the 2032 possible parole hearing for Betty Broderick. She'll be 84 if she survives to that hearing. Her children were a 50-50 split last time. We are at relatively 50-50. Yeah, at 84, Kitten Pusher, you're being released to die. It's and at 84, almost that sort of change might be traumatic. Like I think it's almost worse. I would think. You know what is it now? Like 2032 would be at least 32 years plus the 9 for the trial, so 41 years. So, you know, at least half of her life and, you know, 3/4 of her, you know, adult life is behind bars and knowing that system. So if she's got something good for herself in there, she probably doesn't want to get out, in which case we could have a very interesting parole hearing to look forward to in 6 years. But okay, well, nobody has anything to say about appearances, so we'll just listen to her talk, and maybe I'll look up a picture of Lana from Three's Company and see if you guys are on the same page as me with that.
Yes, very well.
Okay, and what year did you meet her?
I met her in about 1976, 77.
And how did you happen to meet?
A neighbor of hers who lived down the street, Wilma Engel, had recommended her to me.
Lana is her friend down the street. That's incredible, too. Okay. Just go back to when she sits down so I can try and pick up her name.
Just like. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Well,
Rita, would you get the exhibit off there, please?
Ma'am, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
yes, my name is Victoria Older Curry,
Victoria Older Curry. I'm just going to go with regular Curry. I'm not going to say that you're older.
Currie.
Thank you.
Victoria Curry.
Curry, what, do you know Betty Broderick sitting here at the end of the council table?
Yes, very well.
Okay, and what year did you meet her?
I met her in about 1976, 77.
And how did you happen to meet?
A neighbor of hers who lived down the street, Wilma Engel, had recommended her to me to take care of my children, my son.
Okay. And do you have a son the age of Danny Broderick?
Yes, exactly the same age.
And what,
And also a daughter who's the same age as Red.
was there a reason that you were interested in having Betty Broderick take care of him?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay. Did did they become friends? Your children?
Yes, they became best friends. He was there 5 days a week. I was working regular hours, and I saw her all the time.
And can you describe Betty Broderick during the years 1977 and 1982?
Yes, she was.
I'm sorry. Can we put side by side?
Yes. Can you describe Betty Broderick from the time you met her through 1982?
Yes, I would say she was a very down-to-earth person. She was generous. She was very much what I would call the earth mother type. The kids were always around her. My son and daughter both looked forward to going over to their house for her to take care of them because they had such a good time and she took such good care of them. Her whole life was really oriented around child caring. And I would not call her a socialite in any.
How would she dress?
She dressed in sweats, tennis shoes. She had a station wagon. She'd load them all up. She was, as I said, very down to earth.
Did you become aware of in 1983 as to at least some suspicions Mrs. Broderick had in regards to an affair?
Yes. During that summer, she first mentioned something to me that she suspected Dan might be having an affair with his secretary or paralegal, whatever. And
Objection, Your Honor. Non-responsive.
Sustained.
Now, before, was there a change in the way Betty talked about Dan after 1983?
Yes, she wanted to believe what he said.
Your Honor, excuse me, I'm sorry. Non-responsive.
Sustained.
Was there a change in the way Betty talked about Dan after that period of time? Did she become more critical of him at times?
Yes, she verbally was critical of him, whereas before she said, she criticized things more, like when we all talked, it was sort of normal conversation about, he did this or he did that. And after that, it began to change. She just couldn't, after
Objection.
83.
Sustained. Just wait till I ask you another question.
Now, during this period, was Betty taking any steps to change herself to please Mr. Broderick?
Hey,
Yes,
ADJ.
she was constantly telling me that he was critical of her. Specifically, one week she'd say, he thinks I'm too heavy. So she says, I'm on a new diet. Then she would say, soon after that, oh, he thinks my skin is broken out too much. I'm going to a dermatologist. She would then say, he doesn't like the way I dress. So she would go out and buy some new clothes. She was constantly, it was every week, it seemed to be, it was something else that he seemed to be critical of.
Did she seem to be having problems with self-esteem during this period of time?
Yes, in fact, she told
Well,
me.
that's a great
We
point.
had, there was someone at the.
So what we've seen of Betty's friends, Larissa Harris says her friends are definitely dynamically strange and tough. I like her friends. I agree. I think this is well before, Real White Housewives of Beverly Hills and all those kind of keeping up with the Kardashian shows. This is kind of the prototype. You can see this friend group being, quite apart from the crimes, just the friends and the personalities. With Betty as the lead character, this would be a hilarious little reality show following these women and their lives. And I could see each of them being just, a fascinating low investment, We just watch these ladies have lunch and talk, and it's hilarious.
Church.
Good
who,
point.
We knew knew about that was she had met before, who was teaching a self-esteem class, and she told me that she'd gone back to have some private counseling
Jean's smart.
on self-esteem. That she just couldn't seem to do anything right.
Okay. How would you describe Betty's attitude about money when you first met her?
She was extremely generous to her friends, to her kids. I mean, all the play swings, the trampoline. I mean, the money that I saw spent was primarily for the kids.
Okay. Was there a change in her spending habits that you saw at any time?
Not really.
Were you aware that Dan and Betty eventually separated in 1985?
Yes.
And how often did you see Betty after their separation in 1985?
Just sporadically. I was living out of the state most of the time.
Okay. Would you become aware of times where she was?
I think
you knew
Jean's
at that
smart
time
beats
that the
mine.
children were living with Dan. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of times when she was having plans on having the boys visit and they just didn't show up? Were not able to come?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Do you have any personal knowledge of that? Just yes or no?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
I just know that we would talk on the phone and she would tell me that they were.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
No. Sustained.
Were there any times where you were present where there were plans that were canceled?
Yes. Betty had talked about bringing Danny over to my house, and then she wasn't able to do that. He would arrive, and Dan would have brought him. And she had told me that the plans were that he was coming to spend the weekend with her, and that she would bring him over so that the two boys could play together. So when Dan brought them, I knew plans had changed.
Did you
Joanna
become
Lumley
aware
from
of some
AbFab.
Problems with the babysitters at Dan Broderick's
That's a
house?
strong contender, too.
I just, when Danny would be over at my house, I would hear him complain that nobody was there. He couldn't go different places because there was no one to take him. It just sounded like there was not very much supervision, and he complained about the food and the quality and lack of. And
Did you ever hear Betty use profanities?
Not
yes,
until she
but
met
not
Gail
until
Forbes.
After, I don't know, 19.
Gail Forbes
85 maybe.
used to throw that
Yeah.
C word around.
Okay. And can you describe those occasions? Was it all the time?
No, no, it wasn't. And the only time that I really heard it was in reference to Linda or Dan. And I really didn't hear anything else. And I mean, it was done in frustration because she had never done this before. And so, I mean, I could understand. I mean, she just felt totally frustrated with her life, with herself.
Was there, when you
Oh,
were
she's so patsy.
present and with her and the children, was her behavior at that time, did it seem to be appropriate?
Yes, she was just her old self when she was with the kids.
Well, more questions. I need to get this picture up, Mr. Early.
I have no further questions.
No, I need more questions.
Ms. Kerr, you never heard her use
Oh, thank God,
inappropriate
this is a
language in front
redirect.
of the children?
I can't remember that. I honestly can't because I was gone, as I said, from about June 1985, and I just don't remember. I did hear her. We talked on the phone, and I periodically saw her when I came to town for maybe 3-month stretches. But I just don't remember that. I admit that she did call Dan. She did use some words about Dan and Linda.
Well,
And
did you ever hear her using those words in front of the children? Did you ever hear her?
honestly, I didn't. But I really, quite honestly, don't remember. But I didn't. It made no impression on me, and something like that would.
Did she ever talk to you about the fact that she was doing that? That she was saying sexually explicit things to the children? That she was telling the children to do violent things to their father or Linda?
No, she wouldn't tell me anything like that.
Okay, so she would do some things then obviously that she would not tell you about.
Your Honor.
Well,
That's totally
sorry,
improper.
that's argumentative, sustained.
Well, you were not aware then of any inappropriate conduct that she engaged in with respect to conversations that she had with the kids, or what she was telling them to do, or how she was telling them to do it.
On Deborah Harry.
She, as I said, I had very little contact around with her. I mean, I'd go to lunch with her when I was here. I would talk, I mean, we were good friends. But I didn't know, I didn't hear until later about calling up and leaving messages on the machine. I had no idea about that.
Okay, so you indicated that
But I'm
most of
sure-
your contact, you had very little contact with her after
I'm sure that was a topic of hot discussion at the lunch group in the weeks afterwards.
1985, that's what you're saying?
I had contact with her every time I was here. Some years I was gone the whole year, but when I was here, I did talk to her on a regular basis. We were longtime friends. We shared the same birthday. We had done everything together. So, I mean,
You indicated that she was obsessed during that period of time. She was obsessed with Dan and Linda, correct?
what, the 1985?
Following her separation.
Well, I'm not, that was 1985, is that right? It consumed most of her life. I mean, she wanted to get the children back. I mean, she wanted to get things settled in her life. She's trying to get control of her life.
Did you talk to her in 1985 about what she was doing to try and get the children back?
I don't remember.
Objection.
Overruled.
Did she ever talk to you about the fact that she specifically requested her attorneys not to request custody of the children?
Your Honor, I have an objection to this area. Overruled. Ms. Proctor.
All I know is that she wanted those children and she was trying to gain control of her life and get it back in order so she could have them. And that was where it was all trying to lead to.
Okay, that's what she was telling you, is what you're saying.
Yes.
She did tell you about taking the children over there and giving them to Dan. She did say, he's out having a great single life and all I have is 4 kids. Why should I take care of them while he's out playing, correct?
I might have said something like that, but that referred to the fact, first of all, she would never have given up those children
Oops,
if
sorry.
she thought he would take them.
Sorry
Well,
for
I mean,
the
that's
feed
for
change.
sure. And that she used it as a ploy.
Oh, okay.
Yes, she used
Sorry,
that as a
Patsy.
ploy to make him assume some responsibility, which he had never had with those kids.
So she did admit to you that she did give him the kids.
Unintentionally
and she did say,
funny
why
there.
should I take them if he's out playing?
Yes, she said that, but I mean,
And
I
did she
understood
talk-
why she said it. It was very obvious to me.
Okay.
No,
Did she
I know.
talk to you about the opportunities that she had to have the kids back in 1986 and
For anyone who's been following the international strongman competitions, there's a spoiler in the chat, so avoid that if you want to make sure that you don't have the international strongman winner spoiled for you. Go Canada.
1987? Did she talk to you about any people that were trying to encourage her to take the kids back in her
It is impressive. Usually that's won by like Magnus von Magnuson or Argus von Arguson or somebody from the upper Nordic community.
refusal to do so?
No, during 1985 to 1980, 1985, 86, 87, I was gone completely from here. So I just periodically spoke with her on the phone, birthdays.
Just about 5-6 more minutes of testimony before we'll be shutting down this feed for the day. And tomorrow will be 9:30 a.m. So I'll do the math on when I'm starting in the next 6 minutes here.
Christmas, whatever.
And are you saying that prior to 1982, prior to 1983, you never heard Elizabeth Broderick be critical of Dan in front of other people?
No more than any of us would. I mean, when we periodically get together, oh, let me tell you what he did this morning. Or,
Periodically.
I mean, it's just very normal, very typical of what, all our friends
I believe it.
would periodically say.
Did you get any feeling that she was unhappy in her marriage or that she was happy in her marriage?
I think she was critical that he was never there, and he wasn't. I rarely saw him. We did socialize periodically, but it usually was our birthday. And I know he,
My question was, did she tell you whether she was happy in the marriage or unhappy in the marriage?
I don't think she ever really said. She just was critical of he was never there.
There were times when you socialized together with her and her husband, correct?
A few times, yes.
And you described him as being friendly and outgoing and as someone. who
Right,
creates stories of-
yes.
And did you ever hear him say to her that she was fat or say to her something degrading? Did you ever hear that?
No. But she told me that.
She told you that. And when you talked to her prior to 1983, you never heard her call him a fag or call him an asshole?
No, I never ever heard her use a four-letter word. I don't recall during that time up until, I don't know.
Till she
Did you
met
ever
Gail
see her
Forbes.
shunning his affections during that period of time?
No, but I didn't really see him too much.
I thought you'd be
And
impressed that I knew about
with
the
respect
95
to,
strong man.
Money, it is true that after 1979, 1980, that she was spending a lot of money
Well, relative to what?
relative to how she had spent before. Did you talk about the fact that she was buying a lot of jewelry, she was buying a lot of clothes, they were going on a lot of trips?
Not really. I mean, to me, I still saw her doing it with the kids, and she bought the girls, took very good care of the girls with their clothes. The kids always had a new bike or the newest kind of gimmick skateboard or whatever, and that's really more where I saw the money going.
Have you not said, though, that in the last few years of her marriage that you saw her buying expensive clothes and expensive jewelry?
I guess she did, but I mean, she did. But I don't remember it being any more than it didn't stand out in my mind compared with the people that were all around and her friends.
What about the parties that she gave? Did she give lavish parties where she had
No,
caterers?
Not lavish.
I mean, I went to her Christmas party. I never had dinner at her house. She never. I mean, I never. We would go out periodically, but she did have a Christmas party, and it was very family oriented, and the kids all dressed alike, and I mean, it was their day.
Image was important to her, right?
That's funny. This is someone who hired Betty, so she's like another level up socially. She's quiet dissing. Like, I went to a Christmas party there, but it wasn't a social event. It was a family event. The kids were dressed up. It was cute. You know, they had a little potluck set out, so if a person wanted, they could get their own food instead of having a servant bring them a plate. But it was quaint. I liked it.
To have that appropriate image for other people, dressing all the kids alike, and that's
Well, I don't know. She either did it. I think she did it for herself. I never got the feeling she was doing it for anybody else.
So you never went to any parties that she had in the afternoon for women where she hired musicians or?
No, I went to one lunch, but I just don't remember sitting outside in the backyard. But
Just an unremarkable lunch. I didn't, she wasn't on my my strata socially.
so,
When you're indicating your connection with Danny coming over to play with your son, that would have been prior to 1985, because in 1985 you moved. Is that correct?
that's right. But then we came back for these, 3-month stretches. And Matt and Danny were best friends. It's a kind of a friendship that they're still that continues on, and they're just longtime friends. And
did Danny ever express any fears to you about his mother going to kill his dad?
No, I never heard anything.
I have no further questions.
Broderick. There you go. Witness excused.
All right, that's that.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
We'll just stay to hear who the next witness is.
And while she's coming up, you're on a quick sidebar.
All right.
She does testify, not that long.
Recess this time, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be in recess until 3
2,
o'clock. Please remember the admonition.
3, 4, 5.
State of California versus Elizabeth Broderick. Court finds all members.
There are 5 more people testifying in the next hour. So that'll be how we're starting tomorrow's stream. It was calculated at 9:30 a.m. California Chino time tomorrow. 12:30 a.m. if you're in Ocala, Florida, or anywhere along the East Coast. If you're in Australia, just add 20.5 hours to the time. That's easier than doing any kind of conversion. Whatever time it is now, the stream will be starting that many hours from now. If you're in London, if you're in Lisbon, if you're anywhere from around the world, just add 20.5 hours give or take. Actually, I could probably use those 6 minutes. So that'll give me time to make the montage of pets. Post your pets to the community page. If you post your pets to the community page, I will turn it into a pre-show montage to get us all in the right frame of mind for tomorrow's show, which will include 1 hour of this, probably an hour of the next video. Gonna get a little tight these next few days, but then we're gonna really lean into it for the final few days of the marathon, especially verdict and sentencing day. So anything that we push a little bit late will catch up on May 2nd. This stream and this marathon ends May 2nd. Let me just go to my main screen. We had a lot of fun, but I think go full me. Yeah. There I am. This is me. We'll put up the stickers. If you like the stream, then just give it a thumbs up. Know people who might like it, tell them to subscribe. You can like, you can subscribe, you can share it, you do all those things. Yeah, those are the things that you can do. You guys feeling fine? It's been a fine chat today. I've seen some fine pets. I've seen some fine animals on the stream. That's all fine. You guys are fine, and I'm Dan D. I feel like I need to come up with more, but there's no reason to really extend it, is there? I need to sleep. Oh, you know what? I will recommend, if you want to kind of see something that caught my eye. Again, I mentioned it at the beginning of the stream, but Jess Coast did a very interesting video on creator burnout, and it got me at the right time in this marathon to just make sure I don't, suddenly become the marathon guy, and I'm just pushing myself over and above and beyond, as it were. It was a timely video to see, and I think it's interesting whether you're a creator or not, just to get a behind the scenes into, I guess, the emotional stress that goes into creating. Yeah, it's a blessing to be able to do this kind of work and get feedback for creativity, but in the same time, if you don't approach it the right way, it can be a grind. And Jumpsuit Pablo was sharing some of his more vulnerable feelings about being a creator. And so I thought Jess Coast did a really excellent video there. And maybe, no, you guys can look for it. Normally I'll post links. I like posting links and sharing creators. But Jess, Jess, Coast, not all one word, there's a space. Anyway, she's got a great channel. She's got some Sarah Boone content on there, a little bit of personal content, good storyteller, good production values. So check out Jess Coast. I'm going to say my goodnights to Elizabeth, to Carolina Hurtado, to Not My Lover, who's Billie Jean in disguise, Victoria Carmen, Politically Incorrect, calling in from Lisbon, Portugal. Love the long distance call-ins. Got Kitten Pusher, Seat Guy Sabs. I think Candace is still here. Her last comment was mentioning the lack of 4-letter words. Thank you, Candace. I appreciate you visiting the chat. I know we've got a lot of people that like to listen. So to everyone who's listening and everyone who's on the replay crew, doesn't get a chance to get their name called out because I don't see it. I'm in the now. I'm a futuristic Dan, well, a prioristic Dan to the futuristic viewer. So hello to you. Hello to everyone who's enjoying this stream. Timestamp your favorite moments. Set it up for the people who are watching on replay. Make it an even fine and dandier stream because you guys are the finest and dandiest chat I've ever seen. And if you're fine and I'm dandy, I think this is the end of the stream. See you in 20.